Chalo, let's start. Hello. Hello. So we're in the last part of control. All right, let's see what we have done so far. So last time we completed chapter 4. Chapter 4 was mainly composed of two parts. First one is based on e-commerce, and the latest technology we use in e-commerce, emerging technologies, emerging tech. So in e-commerce, we did what is e-commerce, plus and minus of e-commerce, benefits, and what was difference between EC and TC. Correct. Then we did different e-commerce models. If you remember, on e-shop, e-mall, e-portal, e-auction, buyer aggregator, virtual community. Then there were e-procurement and e-distribution. All right. So that was all about e-commerce, more marketing models of e-commerce. Then we did business models of e-commerce, all combinations of business, customer, and government. B2, B, C, and G. All combination except G2G and G2B. G2B. All right. Then after that, we did components of e-commerce. A huge diagram of components of e-commerce came. After components, we did risks in e-commerce, workflow diagram of e-commerce, If there is risk, we have to implement controls. Controls in e-commerce. After risk, where to implement controls, how to implement controls. We did cyber security risk and its impact. Then we did SA315, risk identified by SA315. Then we did controls of CSR, cyber security risk. Okay, so after that there were laws governing e-commerce and special laws governing e-commerce, in which came IT Act 2000 and RBI Act 1934. Correct. After this, we did different types of digital payments, its merits and demerits. And that the most important one is what cryptography for you. All right, this was done in chapter 4. Emerging technologies as grid computing, virtualization, cloud computing. Okay, there's a massive answer on grid computing and cloud computing. Okay, in the cloud computing, we have got its characteristics, advantages, disadvantages. Then we have cloud computing service models, and we have cloud computing environment. Okay, under environment, we have four types based on who owns the cloud. So either it will be private or public or mixture, hybrid or community cloud. Okay, these are types of cloud there, in case you remember. Under service models, we have three: IaaS, PaaS, SaaS. Infrastructure, platform, and software as a service. Then last thing we have is cloud computing issues. What are the issues we have in cloud computing environment? Okay, after this, there was BYOD, machine learning, artificial intelligence. Achha, BYOD is plus and minus, both benefits and threats. Then you had IoT, Internet of Things, by which you can handle all devices using mobile applications, correct? Yes or no? All right, so this is what is there in chapter 4. Chapter 3. The first part was information system and its components. Second part is controls. Third part is audit. Okay, under information system and its control, we did what are components of information system? Yes, in that there were 5 components: people, hardware, software, communication devices, network, and data resources. Okay, so initially we just said in short about these 5 components, then we elaborated this. Okay, even during elaboration, what we have to remember a lot is what processing device and that processor. And then input device was ordinary, output device was ordinary, storage devices, a lot of things inside that. And the processor, we had 3 components: CPU, ALU, and processor registers. And the processor register, we have ASAN. If you remember, accumulator, storage register, address register, and miscellaneous. Under storages, we have primary memory, secondary memory. Under primary, we had RAM, ROM, and there was one extra, cache. Okay, and there was one more extra, virtual memory. The idea of virtual memory is what? We can assign a portion of hard disk and treat that as what? RAM. Treat that as RAM. All right. After doing this much, we had difference between the primary memory and secondary memory and so on. Sure. Under secondary memory, we just said it is what? An external storage medium. All right. That was important. Then in that, we built one more branch called data. Okay, under data, we learned databases and database management system. Under database, there are 4 models, if you remember: hierarchical, network, relational, and OO, object-oriented database model. Okay, so we did this much, and then we did data warehouse because it was used for decision making. Data warehouse. After data warehouse, we did data mining. Then we did comparison between data warehouse, data mining, database. Okay, and lastly, we learned advantages of database. Under network, what is a network? There were 4 terms related to networking. Two types of network: connection oriented, connection less. Okay, this is what we have done under networking, and then advantages of computer network. Under control part, there were three broad segments. One was based on objective, preventive, detective, corrective. Second one based on IS resources. Resources means what? All our infrastructure we should not get damaged. So this infrastructure get damaged by environment, or if it is there is a robbery, or if there is what a logical access. Okay, under environment there were four: fire, water, pollution, and electricity. Aag, pani, pradushan, urja, right? So 4 points under fire. Okay, then under logical access control, there were 5 things, 6 actually, 6. First one, when a new user enter, we have to do user access management. Then it is his responsibility to handle the data, user responsibility. Okay, under then we can somebody could get access to our data using the network. So network access control, using operating system access control, using application control, or application and monitoring system access control. Correct. And last one was controls when mobile. This was under logical access control. 6 parts inside that. Okay. After that, we did physical access control, where we used to say that just provide security in physical terms. Okay, by keeping lock on the doors, physical identification medium PIN. Okay, then event logging of events means writing each and every person who comes in and goes out. Okay, either by book or by electronic mode, manual or electronic. Okay, biometric, electronic. And the last one was others. Others, there were perimeter fencing, security guards, video cameras, controlled visitor access, controlled single entry point, bonded personnel, dead man door. I'm coming. I have a sequence, right? So after dead man door, computer terminal locks, isolation of sensitive facilities, control over out of hour of employees, alarm system was there. One more thing, control over out of hour of employees, and secure documentation and report distribution card. All right, this was there in physical access control. Then we did controls based on it. You guys come here. It's easy to communicate. Then it's your choice. It's your choice. More more you go back, you become naturally lazy. Huh? Okay. Shift that sender, please. Not able to see all those who are behind the computers. All right. So inside the last part, based on IS functions. First one I did was top management control. Okay, planning, organizing, leading, controlling. Okay, then we did program management control, planning, designing, coding, testing. Okay, operation and maintenance and control. Okay, then after that we did SDMC, system development management control. It was a massive answer. Chances of coming anything in question, anything in exam is always based on chances, whether you have to leave your career on chance or not. Okay, so for me, it is very easy to say, okay, this could be asked, this could not be asked. Of course, you need to prepare. But, if I say if cannot be asked and if you don't prepare for that and you ruin your career because of that, then again, whom you are supposed to blame? It's us. We don't want to be a part of the blame game, right? So at least one thing is for sure, that when I leave this classroom, I should be assured that I have done my best. It is now your choice. You need to study or not. Okay, ask your doubts or not. So it's upon you now. So system development management control. Then we did data resource management control, DRMC. Then we did security management control, operation management control, quality assurance management control. These were the 7 things inside. IS functions, managerial control. Okay, the second one was application control. Under application control, we have input, process, output, database, communication, and starting by boundary control. Okay, so boundary control, input control, process control, output control, database, and communication control. Out of this, we have done boundary, we have done input, processing, communication. 2 were left. First one is in that output, and the second one is data. We are at this point. Okay, in all these questions, there used to be audit trail. When audit trail, we just used to write that anything which accounts to what events, okay, will be considered as accounting audit trail, and those we keep a track of resources consumed will be what operation audit trail. All right, let's proceed from here. All right. So processing control was the last thing. The next is database control. In database control, we know database, what we have to apply. Database contains what? Data. Okay, to keep the data secure, we need to implement some basic controls. Okay, mostly our aim is what? To maintain data integrity, to maintain what? Data. So what is this? This is database control, a part of application control. There was one more, data resource management control, which we already did. Hello? Yes or no? Data DRMC we already did in managerial control. That was about a broad view about data must be protected. Here also, but here this will be performed by management or by the application? Yeah. By the application. That's the only difference. First one is what? Access control. What does access control do? It prevents unauthorized access. Always access control, preventing unauthorized access. Do you understand this? Okay. So under that we say that preventing unauthorized access is true. Okay. We have to implement what? Security policy. But listen, if the database is replicated somewhere, database is what? Replicated. Let's say we are taking a backup, or we are keeping a back one more database called data warehouse. So they are saying that wherever the backup or data warehouse is maintained, there also we need to implement what? Access control. Because what if we protect everything over here, but in the backup everything is getting exposed? Are you understanding this? So first one is what? Access control. First one is access control. Second is integrity control. If I change my data, if I update my account in one branch, will it get updated in all the branches? Yes, that is integrity control. Ensuring accuracy, completeness, and uniqueness of my data. Yes or no? How is this possible that if you update here, it gets updated every year? Because if you change data in this table, in the table of, let's say, Chennai branch, okay, this will get updated in the head office branch. How? This two table must have a connection. Okay, table must have a relation. You remember those four relation: one to one, one to many, many to one, many to many. What we were doing when we say that, we are just connecting two tables by one or more common field. One or more common field. The moment I ask you, how much is XYZ? Okay, what is the result of XYZ? You immediately said pass or fail. But because you were able to connect those two tables with a common column. You understand this? Okay, and obviously you can answer perfectly. You can answer perfectly if there are no two common rows. Two same rows cannot exist. Are you understanding? So there was a rule, right? Two order of column does not matter, but two rows cannot be identical. You remember those? So this is for integrity. They are saying that we must establish what? Relationship between tables, and the second one, consistency amongst rows in a relation. Obviously, two rows cannot be identical. This is all what they have to say. The first one was what? Access control. Second is integrity control. First one. Second. Third one, application software control. So I will be using a application, right? While accessing database, we are using what? Application. And once again, hey, think about this. Inside it is tables. Okay. But about tables, we have database management system. About it. About this tables, we have database management system. It will come. Okay. About database, we have what? Database management system. About database management system, we have an application layer outside. What all you do? You use application layer. See, when you fill any form, online form, you are using what layer? Application layer. Web application most of the time, or any mobile application. But inside it is what? Database. Matlab, online when I'm searching or logging into Amazon, outside I'm using an application. But inside the Amazon will maintain my database. Are you understanding this? So it is always application layer which we will tell database what to do. Application layer will tell database what to do. Okay, so we say that application software forms an interface. Application software forms what? Interface through which what? we can interact with user and database. User and database can interact with each other. Hello. Who can interact with each other? User and database can interact with each other. Then we say that DBMS depends upon what? Application. DBMS depends on what? Application. To provide what? Correct sequence of commands. Correct sequence of what? Commands. So if you are making any changes in the bank account, the application which they have, like let's say Finacle. Finacle is a software which banks mostly have. Okay. Application will tell database what to do. Application tells database what to do. Keep responding. Keep responding. So there are two things which application will tell to database. Two things. Okay. What two things which who will tell who? Application will tell to database. One, update control. Second, report control. Okay. Update control means what? If I deposit, say my account has 50,000, I deposited 10,000. So this must get updated in database, yes or no? So latest balance should how much? It should be 60,000. So this should be updated and reflected by the database also. So changes in the database reflects mirrors what? Changes in the real world. Are you understanding this? Okay. Then report control. Let's say I was trying to now my account balance is how much? 60,000. What zero? Really? My account balance is what? 60,000. And I am now trying to withdraw 60,000. Trying to withdraw 60,000. Can I withdraw 60,000? Yes or no? Yes, na. Yes or no? If I have 60,000, can I withdraw 60,000? Yes. I will be applying minimum balance fine. Ignore it. Can I withdraw? Yes or no? I may close my account and withdraw. Can I withdraw 70,000? No. Why? Because it will report an error. Identify error when the database has been updated. Okay. They will say, they will show me an error. Insufficient account balance. Yes or no? Okay. Yeah, transaction failed. Yes or no? Matlab, database show us reporting. Should show us what? Reporting. So two things under application control here. Update control, report control. Update control, report control. So we did three things so far. First one was access control. Second one was data integrity. Third one, application control. In that update control, report control. Do you understand? Achha, do you remember I told you one transaction where we did same card swipe from two different ATMs? Okay, now tell me, if we access same data at the same time, okay, this is causing concurrency, concurrent transaction. We say it's what? Concurrent transaction. Will it ever go wrong? So if I have 50,000 in my account, if I draw 50,000 twice, can I withdraw 50,000 twice at the same time? Not possible. Not possible. So if I withdraw 25,000 twice at the same time, will it happen? Yes, it will happen. Okay, well, the account balance will become eventually what? Zero, right? So it should become zero for it to be correct. Are you understanding this? So we have got two things. If we go to branch 1, branch 2, make the same transaction at the same time, still the database never goes wrong. This is what? Concurrency control. We call it what? Concurrency concurrent control. Situation that arises when there is a simultaneous access to the same database. This is called concurrency, and still it will never leave the database in the wrong position. That is what concurrency control. Do you understand this much? All right, next. Okay, when we are saving any data in the database, it should be encrypted, because if this database is accessed by anybody, we can, data will get leaked. So all our data in the bank will always get what? Encrypted. So which control we apply when we do encryption? Cryptographic control. The science of encryption is what? Cryptography. So cryptographic control. What does it say? Protects what? Integrity of data stored in database using what encryption? Block encryption. Here we will not use different encryption for each and everyone. Let's say account of Abhishek Mehta, okay, account balance is, let's say 10,000. So we will not use 10,000 can be represented as 5125. Are you understanding? So we will not encrypt each and every one by one. We will use what? Block encryption. Complete storage encrypted. Complete storage will get encrypted. That is called block encryption. Do you understand this much? Okay, next. If I try to delete one file, let's say this is your results table. And let's say this is your application table, InterCA application table. The day when you applied for InterCA. Hey, you understand? Suppose I try to delete this file. If I try to what? Delete this file. Can it get deleted? No. Because it will stop us. Who will stop us? Database will stop me. This file is already result connected to result table, connected to foundations data. Do you understand? CAFC table. And maybe future it will be connected to final CA table. Are you understanding this? Okay. So if tables are connected with each other, this connection represents what? Relation. This connection represents relation. So if these tables are related with each other, tables are related with each other. If I delete one table, will it allow me to delete? Hello, yes or no? So it will not allow me to delete any table. That is called file handling control. What controls? Because if you remember, I told you in database, tables are known as what? Files as per institute. Okay, if you remember, I told you institute always calls these files as what? Tables. Calls these files as what? Tables. If I accidentally delete a table, will it allow me to do? No, because it may be related with other tables. Yes or no? Yes. So what they are saying, it prevents what? Accidental destruction of data. This is exercised by what? Hardware, software, and operators. Exercised by either hardware, software, or operators. They will not allow us to delete anything. And the last one is audit trails. Audit trails, in which we will keep chronology of events, how things happen occurs in the database. Let's see what all thing happen. If you go to an ATM, swipe your card. Okay, will it accept your data? Yes, by card. Okay, it will store this transaction. Yes, and also process this data. Second, will it record the time at which the transaction happened? Okay, also the date when which the transaction took place. Yes. Okay, they will take a before and after image of database so that it can be shown in your account statement. What was account balance before and what was account balance afterwards. Are you understanding this? And finally, all this modification which will be done in the database. Okay, after that modification and correction is done, it will come back on your screen. Hello. Will it show you new account balance? Mostly not. But it may show or send you an SMS. Yes or no? That this transaction was generated and the new account balance is this. Yes or no? But this should be reported to us. Yes or no? And it should be updated on the screen which is there in front of us. Changes are made in the application. Changes are made in the... Do you understand this much? Okay. Then you'll test. You'll check. Account balance was 50,000. I withdrew 25,000. Now it should be... Sorry, this means what? Testing must be done, okay, to check whether the final answer was correct or not. Yes or no, you will do it or not. And we check the efficacy of the system. Okay, are we getting the intended result or not? Getting the intended result or not? Because testing will always happen, because without testing, it will never let us withdraw any fund. See, after testing, if the account balance goes in negative mode, will they let us withdraw that fund? No. So testing will be done and it will be checked. Even we will check, are we getting the intended result? So if there is 50,000, I'm trying to withdraw 60, it is showing insufficient balance, perfect. If it is 50, withdrawing 25,000, okay, my account balance remaining is now is 35,000. Is it correct? Yes. So are we getting the intended result or not? Will be kept in what? Audit trails. Do you understand this much? Hello. Yes, in short, whatever happens in your, the receipt which you get from what? ATM machine. Okay, that is nothing but accounting audit trails. Accounting audit trails. Then comes what? Operation audit trail. Under operation audit trail, we just say that chronology of resource consumption. Chronological of resource consumption that will affect what? Database. That will affect database will be considered under operation audit trail. That's it. Check. Is there anything which is missing here? See. Under database control, first one was access control. Integrity control, application software control. Fourth one was concurrency control. Then cryptographic control, and then maybe concurrency control. Next one is file handling and audit trail. Do you understand file handling? What it tries to prevent any accidental deletion of their tables or files. Correct? Because it may be connected to other tables. You cannot accidentally delete a file. You can always say that, but no, it will not allow us to See, recycle bin don't stop us from deleting. Okay, so suppose you created in Tally, you created a company, then you created multiple ledgers. Maybe one or two ledgers are connected to each other in a transaction. Then you cannot accidentally delete one ledger. Because if you try to delete, it will say this will affect all the transaction with other ledgers. Do you want to delete it? So maybe we will disallow deletion completely, or we will disallow, we will prompt on the screen. Do you really want to delete this? You can always take that as an example, but it's not a true thing which I have to convey. See, inside, let's say, let's assume this. Inside JK Shah classes database, there will be Chennai database related with Mumbai database. All transactions which happen between Chennai and Mumbai will be recorded. After that, you cannot accidentally delete Chennai database. Okay, because it will not allow you to, because it will say this will give an effect. This will change everything which is stored in Mumbai database also. Do you want to relate it? It is not allowed to delete any transaction. You can also think it this way. Let's say a transaction was made, an invoice was made with your name. Okay, the fees which you have paid. After paying the fees, the transaction recorded, they cannot delete the transaction. Otherwise, the check, whom will this check go? We will not come to know. It has to be paid by two JK Shah classes only. But it can be taken as a blank check from you. Okay, just fill the amount, we will fill the pay details. If they say we will fill the pay details, anything can go wrong. You understand? Okay, so if you don't write JK Shah classes in that pay area, anything can go wrong, right? So though we totally trust these people, but yes, we trust but verify. We don't keep the system with loopholes. Hello, do you understand this? Well, that was all about database control. Please quickly read it and then we proceed. Just read database control. Tips. Access control means what? Username password. That's so right username password will be allowed to see and not to see based on privileges. This only you apply money. Stick to this. Because this moves and the screen flickers. Five liters. 2 liter here. 2 5 liter. 2 5 liter. 1 at home. Now 2 liters. Now 2 liters. You must draw like this. Just beside the content, you must draw things like this, right? Say this was just asking for username and password. Okay, this is how it prevents access control. So if you want to access some data which is stored in the database, need to have access control. Even if this is backup, for backup also they are saying what? Keep access control. So just remember by diagram under access control, you talk about preventing unauthorized access. So done. Integrity control was if I update here, if I update here, it will get updated everywhere. For this, these two tables must be connected to each other by relation. So if I update here, it gets updated in the main server. Next was application software control, right? So from outside, it is an application. An application handles the database, correct? Application handles database. So, okay, there are two things which will happen. Either database will get updated, okay, or if there is some error, it will get reported. Update control, report control. Next one was concurrency control. So if the same database is accessed at the same time, right? Same data, same time. Cryptographic controls. Okay, while saving the data will apply encryption. While saving data, apply encryption. Okay, in file handling, we cannot accidentally delete any file. Cannot accidentally delete any file. Under operation auditory, it was simple chronology of resource consumed. Is it getting displayed one area? Acha, under this, you see accounting auditory. Look at look in the book. Includes data items to confirm whether the application properly accepts, underline, accept, process, and stores information. Attach unique timestamp. To all transactions. Okay, then what? To attach before images, after images. Okay, now where is this attached and kept? They just keep, there's no image which is actually taken. It's data which is recorded. It's like account statement is recorded. Okay. And this will come. Then, any modifications or corrections? Test the stated input, calculation, and output. Efficacy of rules. Efficacy means what? Getting intended result. Get intended result. So, what was this? I don't know what is coming. Next is output controls. What happened? When will this come? Can you all shift here? Huh? So wait, let this come. Hi, okay. All right, next is output control. Hello. Okay, this happened with me in one of my college days. Hello. That so from my college lab, computer lab where we used to practice programming. Luckily, we could access the entire network of the college, and it was fun that after complete our work, we had nothing to do actually. Sometimes the programming, it cannot be estimated that the thing will get over in 2 hours or 3 hours. So sometimes the 3 hours work gets over in just 1.5 hour. What to do the remaining time? We can't leave the lab. If we leave the lab, attendance will not be recorded. So what, do some time pass on PC, correct? So we used to explore college network and get inside teachers' folders just to see what they have, what they do. So we had a lot of prank, the prankish nature of a student does not go away so easily. So we like to see what our teachers' folder used to contain. And once I found something in my teachers' folder. Okay, I know nothing so special, but there was an exam after 2 days, and I saw the examination paper. So what should I do? Should I open this file or not?
Yes, sir.
Open. See for yourself. Take some images. Select. Oh. I thought, see, if I sell it, I will get caught. And then I will be blamed for this. Keep it with yourself. What do you say? Keep it with yourself. Sell it to selected people. How do you select somebody? Whom you can trust. But what if you don't trust anybody? See, showing trust and having trust is different things. Okay, you all are auditors by nature. We trust but verify. Okay, we don't trust even our own books of accounts. How will we trust somebody else? So just out of maddening curiosity and excitement, I just told my one best friend, you know what I found today? I went to that teacher's folder. That was a very tough exam, and I found paper of that exam. I just told one friend. just to remove this, load that I am, keeping something in my mind or stomach. Do you understand what I'm saying? I just told to one best friend. That one best friend told to another best friend. Again, this spread it like wildfire. Within no time, I realized everyone's computer was having that file on that screen. And the teacher saw what is happening. Everyone is opening the same file. What is happening? What is wrong? Do you understand? And naturally, after 2 days, the paper was changed. Bound to happen. Are you understanding this? But point to be noted is this. See, confidential information of the organization should not get leaked to anybody. So how do we prevent that? That is output control. Okay, the first confidential data. It may happen that you see an organization's quarterly result. Hello. Okay, so if you see the quarterly result before it gets updated online, there is a chance that you will do internal trading. You will refer that company name to all your friends and family. Okay, buy this share, buy this share, buy this share. Yes or no? Can you do this? Of course you can do this, but it should be shown to you? No. So first thing we need to implement is inference control. We need to implement what? Inference control. Our statistical data should not get compromised. What should not get compromised? So inference control prevents what? Compromise of statistical database. Compromise of what? Statistical database. It will always show you what? Aggregate statistics. Even if on moneycontrol.com, if you see graph of any company, does this mean that you will come to know what products they sell? Okay, in which product they earn more, which product they earn less? Yes or no? Will you be able to know? No. So when you see the graph of the share price, you will not come to know what product was sold, what was acquired, what was merged with. Are you understanding? All that we will come to know is what? Aggregate statistics. What will come to know? Do we come to know the internal exact statistical data? No. So we obtain only what? Aggregate statistics to protect what? Confidentiality. See, if I come to know exactly, okay, what a company does business in and exactly where they earn more, I will also start the same business. Hello, do you understand? So to avoid that, to prevent that, we apply which control? Inference control. Which control? Inference control. That's the first thing. Second, under second, there are many points. So focus on the screen, please. Okay, only if you remember it by the sequence, you'll remember it. Otherwise, you can't remember it. Okay, what are we doing? What are we learning? Output control. What is the first thing? That when the graph is displayed, the statistics should not get compromised. What did I say? When the graph is displayed, statistics should not get compromised. Because graph will show you aggregate statistics, averages. Okay, but real tables will show you the complete data where the company is earning. You can't see that. Hey, do you understand? Okay, next is what? Batch output production and distribution control. Batch output production and what if there is ample amount of confidential data? I am just taking a printout of this and distributing all this confidential data outside. So we need to implement control over here. The first point here is in the batch output and distribution control, we say that we can print what? Tables, graphs, images, and this should be distributed to only authorized users. In that, the first point comes. See, wherever exam papers are printed, there also this batch control has to be implemented. The first thing which we have to do is the software. Hello. The software from where you can see the output. From where you can see the output. Should it be displayed? Yes or no? Array, suppose that examination paper was kept, okay, in software in Excel. So I should not be able to open that software itself. If I can open the software, I can see the data. If I can open the software, I can see the data. Yes or no? So they are saying that the software which produces reports should not get executed. The software which produces reports should not get opened without authorized access controls or authorized username passwords. So the first point is what? Report programs execution control. Report program. The program which will generate reports, okay, should not be permitted to unauthorized users. Should not be permitted to. Do you understand this much? Report program execution control means what? The program which can generate a report, the program which can should not get executed. Means what? Just by being an ordinary user, okay, I go to somebody's company's computer, I open the Tally app and I see the profit and loss of Chennai branch. Suppose the computer is kept here, I go there, I open the computer, I open the Tally app and I see what is the JK Shah Classes business in Chennai. Should I be able to see that? Should I be able to see that? No. So they are saying that the programs where the reports generated by a program is very important. Apply execution control. We don't let anybody open that program itself. Don't let anybody open the program. Okay, this is what report program execution control. What is it? Report program execution control. Do you have any doubts? Okay, only authorized users will be permitted. And when they are also using it, it should be logged and monitored. What is logged? Maintaining history. Monitor means what? Keeping an eye. Yes or no? Okay, so only authorized users will be permitted, and even when they are using it, logged and monitored. Do you understand this? Next, spooling file control. Means what? The first thing they are saying what? From the program where you can generate a report, should it be allowed or not allowed? Not allowed for ordinary users, correct? Then suppose I take a printout of this. Then take a printout of this. Listen. When I take a printout, see, it may happen that more than 10, 12 computers are connected to the same printer. 10 to 12 computers are connected to the same printer. If we all take printouts, will it be printed in some sequence? Yes or no? Chalo, tell me one thing. If you press print and just shut down your computer, you said print to 100 documents, you shut down your computer. After you shut down your computer, will the printer print? Yes or no? Okay, you are not sure because you have not done this. It will continue to print because computer printer also has got some memory where the documents are temporarily saved. Printer has some memory where the documents are temporarily saved. See, the speed at which your processor will give print command will be very fast, but the printer is very slow, and wherever there is a speed difference, buffering has to be done. So there is a memory inside printer where the entire document will be transferred to printer within microseconds. But then printer will take its time to print the documents on its own. Are you understanding? Yes. Hello. So there is a file here. This memory is called spool. It's called what? Okay, and on this file we should implement control so that this file area should not be accessible to others. This file area should not be accessible to others. Hello. Do you understand? This means what? This means what? Listen. If there are 10 computers, all have given some documents for printing. All have given some documents for what? Printing. Listen to me. So if you click that printer icon, yeah, you can actually see document 1, 2, the 1 is going on, printing is going on, 2 waiting, 3 waiting. There will be a queue of all the documents. Have you seen when you give a print command? There's a print logo which starts blinking in the corner bottom. If you click that, you can actually see what all documents are getting printed, but you can see the file name only. Okay, you cannot click that document and open the file. Let's see what that other guy is printing. You cannot do that. But you can come to know one thing, that a document by that other guy is getting printed. Hello, are you understanding what I'm saying? Means what? Moment you give a print command, what happens? Okay, it will print. But if many people give print command, it will print, but it will keep in queue. Where it will keep in queue? In the printer file area. Are you understanding? That is called what? Spooling file. What? Spooling file. Hello. Are you understanding? Focus here. It is called what? Spooling file. Okay. Can somebody go and access a file here? Okay. Can I download a file which you are printing? No. Because spooling file control is applied. What is applied? So there is a storage area. There is a storage area where all the documents are kept in queue. They are kept in queue. Okay, nobody can have an unauthorized access and download a copy of data from here. Can I download anything from here? No. Unauthorized modification is not possible. Neither can I download, neither can I change your file and let you print. Do you understand? So if I let you do that, I can, when you are getting the printout, I can convert all chamatkars to. Are you understanding this? So we can translate, we can change some words and give a false output. Are you understanding? So this filing, this printing file area, will it be accessible to all? No. Third. See, two things happen. First, report program execution control. What did I say? Report program execution. The software which you show the confidential report should not get executed. One. Second, okay, the place where you are taking a printout, that area, that files in that area cannot be accessible by others. That area is called what? Spooling file. What file? Okay, this area cannot be accessed by others. There cannot be any unauthorized access over there. Spooling file control. What is it called? Spooling file control. Third, suppose you selected a wrong printer. You selected what? Because in an office there will be numerous, 10, 15 printers at different locations. Okay, you are supposed to print office's confidential information in this printer, but you selected a wrong printer and it is getting printed somewhere else. So all your confidential data printing somewhere else, the printouts will come out from some other computer printout and they will see what you are printing. Should it be allowed? Not allowed. So proper printer control should be applied. You cannot select a wrong printer. Maybe for printer also we can put username, password. Okay, so say you selected, instead of printer 1, you selected printer 2. It will not let you print. Are you understanding this? Suppose I asked I went to a bank, I asked the teller, give my bank statement. So if she selects a wrong printer, it will get printed somewhere else. Are you understanding? Should it happen? Should not happen? So third is printing control. What is it? Printing control. So let's say this computer has got important data, report program execution control. When I am printing it, it is saved somewhere, spooling file control. Third, when it is getting printed, it should not get printed from a wrong printer. Are you understanding? So printing control. So what is applied? Printing control. Fourth, once this printout comes outside, it should be immediately collected. It should be collected. Listen to me. So report collection control. Report collection control. Now when it is collected, it should be immediately distributed. It should be immediately distributed. So reported distribution control. But should it be distributed to the unauthorized person? No. So it should be distributed to authorized person. We should write, we should log everything. How many documents were printed and to whom it was distributed and what was printed. Are you understanding this? We should maintain a log. Log means what? History of even printouts taken, because otherwise so many times exam papers got leaked in the past. Okay, and exams gets cancelled. Do we want this to happen? Does not. No. Don't want. Or you want or don't want? You want papers to get leaked? No. Remember, sometimes it happens, or even if the news flashes, exam gets cancelled. Okay, which we don't want. We don't want. It's very irritating. If an exam gets cancelled, it's a huge loss. So we rewrote the exam. We had to.
And we finished the exam, we came back home to the rights. Last we came to TV, we did the news.
Paper got released. See, possibility is here. So, in short, we should apply what control? Output control, distribution control. See, your examination paper where it is being printed, it is immediately collected and it put in an envelope and sealed. This shield is broken in front of students only. Is it done here? I don't know. And they take your sign also. They take 2 students' signature before they open the envelope. Okay, even if they open the envelope before and then ask us to sign, we will sign. We can't deny that. Huh? Hey, I will not sign. Why this envelope was open? Okay, cancel this exam. Mostly we sign innocently. Okay, because we don't know why. Even that time we don't even know why they asked us to sign. Yes, they take sign of each and every one.
And even that is
Acha, tell me. Now tell me, after distributing papers to you, do they take sign of yours? They are keeping a log that we have distributed this paper to the right person, authorized user. Do you understand? We're taking log. So they are not maintaining log. And if your signature don't match with the specimen signature available with them, that means you are a dummy. Okay, you are writing paper on behalf of somebody else. Possible? So that's the reason they check each and every examining whether you are the right person or not. Are you understanding this? Hello, yes or no? So which is the next one? Result. So there are 2 points I have done: report collection control, and then what? Report distribution control. Then this printout comes in front of you. You will review that paper. Hello. Will you not review the output? Yes or no? So which is the next one? User or client service review control. User or client? If you feel, sir, quality of paper is not good, certain things are not printed properly, I can't even see. Will you not change the paper? Yes or no? So ensure user obtains high quality of output and detection of errors in the output. Hello, can you understand this? Report distribution is done immediately. Log which reports were generated, when it was distributed. Logs are kept, history is kept. Done. This is done by me. Okay, now the report should be seen on a timely basis. So review output timely. Review output timely. You will see the paper within the given time frame. If you don't see the paper within a given time frame, then the paper will be taken back in case they take the paper back, or examination will get over. Are you understanding? So we have to review outputs timely, which will set in what? User output control. User reviews output on a timely basis. Let's say this output is done, and then do we what? What are papers remain? Should we store it securely or should we throw away? Store it securely. Yes or no? At least till the time the examination don't get over. Are you understanding? After that we may throw, but before that we should keep it secure. In fact, this was just imagined in terms of examination paper. Okay, normally also all the outputs, let's say I went to my bank. Okay, I saw my output as a bank statement. I should not delete this. I should save it. Or yes or no? How long should I save it? Storage control is applied. How long should I save it? That is retention control. Hello, that is retention control. How long should I save the document? Okay, books of account must be saved for 8 years. 8 years. Not documentation retention requirement. I mean, yes or no? 7 years when you say it is including this year. So it is mostly 8 years. That's the right thing to say. It's 8 years, including this year. Hello, yes or no? Arey, are you with me? Yes. So after 8 years, can I delete a particular book of account or a bank statement? Yes or no? Yes, we can. So deciding what time? Deciding time duration, the output shall be retained and destroyed when not required. Are you understanding? What are we learning? Output control. What we did so far is just 2 points. Just 2 points. Inference control, batch output production and distribution control. Under batch output production and distribution control, we did many. The first one was report program execution control, where it is saved temporarily. Spooling file control. Call it what? Spooling file control. Then select the right printer. Printing control. Then printed documents came out. So collection control, distribution control. User or client service review control. They'll check the quality of printout. Okay. User or client service review control. But they should see the output on a timely basis. So user output control. After that we did storage control. Then what? Retention and destruction controls. Do you understand this? But the output should come in a right format. You have a specific format of looking at the balance sheet, asset, liability, yes or no. So there is a design which you follow. Maybe this design we can extend. We can use this design as an input to tax computation software. After the accounting part is done, accounting part is done, we can insert this report to tax computation software. Are yes or no? We have to pay tax now. Are yes or no? Why you blank? Should we not pay tax? So whatever output came from Tally, should be easy to export it in tax computation software. Yes or no? Which is done in the next one. This is third one. Third. Okay, we have done inference control, batch output production and distribution control. Third, batch report design control. Batch report design. But we say that it should simply comply to standards. Report design should comply. Okay, so control procedures should be applied to facilitate what? Flow through output process. Flow through means what? Output will come from Tally, will be given as input to tax computing softwares. Are you understanding this? Okay, so batch report design control. Batch report. Okay, so these were three types, and the fourth one comes as what? Now, in case we are also into online business, so online output production and distribution control. Online output. So far we did three things. Okay, three things. First one was inference control. Second one, batch output production and distribution control. Third one, batch report design control. Do you understand? So here we are just simply saying that batch report should have a design, in short, so that it facilitates flow of information. Fourth one is what? Online production and distribution control. What is it? Fourth one? So when you see your results online, even there, output production control should be implemented. Your result, can I see it? Can I see your result? Without doing any username password? No. Matlab their controls are implemented so that nobody should be able to see others' results, others' output. Well, that is about batch output distribution. First thing, listen. Okay, if you go to check your result, first you should come to know that the result, the place from where the result is displayed, it is authorized or not. Whether the source is genuine or not. Hello? Yes or no? So that is source control. Okay, it should come from ICAI websites, not come from any other website. It may be modified result. Yes or no? So first thing is what? The source should be authorized, accurate, there should be complete, and should show output on a timely basis. Source should show output on a timely basis. Then when you click submit, then the reports come to you. So hello, are you listening? Reports will be transferred to you. At that time, communication control will be applied. What is applied? So the hacker should not be able to see the report. Hacker should not be able to see the report. So when I see my bank statement, first thing, bank should be, the source should be correct from where my statement is coming, yes or no. Second, when this bank statement gets transmitted, it is always locked with the password. Or yes or no. So what is applied? Communication control. Communication control. Okay, then comes distribution control. Distribution control means what? I cannot distribute or take multiple copies of this. The bank statement we can. Bank statement we can. What about JK Shah classes streaming online? Okay, can you copy paste that data? See, we will not allow you to do that. That's the first thing. But there is always a way to copy paste. But we will try to prevent copy pasting. Are you understanding this? So source control, communication control, distribution control. It avoids what? Copy pasting. If you have seen a particular video, we will come to know whether you have seen that video, yes or no. Based on your views, the time you have viewed, how much duration you have viewed, or will also get recorded. So that is what receipt control. Whether you have seen that videos or not. Are you understanding? Are you yes or no? Receipt control is what? You have seen, red blue tick. What's that? Hello. Are you able to understand or not? First thing is what? The place from where these documents are coming. Place from where the documents are coming. Source control. Then when it is getting transmitted, communication control. When it is getting distributed, distribution control. Are you yes or no? Okay. Whether you have received the output or not, receipt control. Whether you have seen the output or not, review control. Then what to do with this? That is distribution control. What to do? In case you go to any government website and you come to the last page, it will ask you two things. Do you want to take printout or you want to save the document? Download or print? What do you do? Download. Mostly we download because print we can take once. but download after downloading, we can print any number of times. Yes or no? Okay, so review control, next comes disposition control. Now that downloaded file is there with you. Now you think now, how long should I keep this file? After that retention period is over, we can delete the file. Okay, if the retention period is not over, keep the file. Yes. So source control, distribution control, source control, communication control, distribution control, receipt, review, disposition, deletion, and retention. Retention and deletion. I keep it in this. Retention and deletion. Do you understand?
Yes.
That was what online output production and distribution control. Okay, only one thing remains, that is audit trails. We'll see later. Read till this point. Read till this point. Sequence is important, otherwise you can't remember this answer. Impossible. Batch, output, production, distribution control. Remember the sequence, number that. See, let's revise that also. Tell me, batch, output, production, and distribution control. The first thing was what? Report, program, execution control. Second one, tooling file. Because this is the temporary area where the printouts are kept, temporary storage. After that, printer control, a printing control. Okay, after printing gets completed, collection, na? Report, collection. Once it gets collected, report, distribution. Keep it in this way. Sequence, report, distribution. Once it gets distributed, people will check the quality. Okay, so what is it? User or a client. Service review control. Service review. Okay, after this, on a timely basis. So user output control. That's it. User output control. Once it is seen, storage control. Once storage is done, deletion and retention. Yeah, retention and deletion. Retention and destruction. That's it. So this was there in what? Batch output, production and distribution. After every answer you by heart, okay, read, memorize. If you can't write this sequence, you are stuck. The moment you feel you can write this sequence on your own, you can move on to the next question. Okay, this much of preparation you must do. This is the second point, right? So I have written in the B. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just under batch output. So one line on each of them. Yes, you can. No. Who is there outside? Nobody. One or two students. Are there many students outside? People think they can manage this subject on their own. Do you think this can be managed on your own? No. Unless it is sequenced by me. No, not possible. Impossible. See, the moment you realize this is going to happen, it's gone. But partially, just by learning 2 chapters, you cannot survive this subject easily. Okay, we have not completed 2 chapters yet. Hopefully, I had a target that I should complete today, at least this chapter. Let's see how much we can. Stuff to do. Tough, very tough. So, let's see. Shall we proceed? Next. Doesn't matter if everyone study, everyone will clear. Some people has to fail so that those who pass get some more value. Yes or no? What is happening here? Do you think it's a break? Then 6. Vallavan came and said, Students, many students outside, maybe foundation students. Those batch students are there. Okay, now under audit trails. Hello, stop it. Under audit trails. Next is under audit trails. Audit trails. Madam, okay. Audit trails. Okay. Chronology of events right from the time when output is determined. Output is determined to the time when time user completes outputs disposal. User completes what outputs? When the output is seen on screen till the time you delete. All this is recorded in or accounting audit trail. So what output was assimilated? Okay, and what was presented on screen? What? Then who received the output? When the output was received. Who received means you received the output. Okay, what time you have received the output. Okay, what action did you take after seeing the output? Saving, deleting. This will be kept under what? Accounting audit trail. Matlab, what was printed? Who received the output? What was assimilated or presented? You received the output. This was the time when you seen the output and what action you have taken. Accounting audit trail. Under operation audit trail, only three things. How many times you have printed? Okay. The response time. You asked for a statement and you got the statement. You asked for the result and the result got displayed. It's called response time. And third is display rate, the speed at which the frequency. Your mobile phone has a display rate. It's measured in hertz. Most of them are 60, okay, or it goes till 120 hertz or 140. It's the latest one. So the frequency at which the screen's display is changed, that is nothing but display rate. Three things to kept in what operation auditor: records, resources consumed, and records data, printing times, response time, and display rates. This is what operation audit trail done. Output control is done. You get this much? That was entirely application control framework. If you can't remember anything, at least by heart this. But make sure that you by heart this and you know this well, because see, if you just remember this, you'll get 2 out of 4. Getting it? To elaborate more, you have to read more, because look at the output control part here. Inference control, yes. See, batch. Can you see this where I'm pointing? Batch, output, production, and distribution control. They've just written all those words, word, comma, and then batch report, design control, online output, production, distribution control, and audit trails. Do you understand? We have done this. So no need to turn the pages. We have given you the QR code for this. I have given last lecture, but still, if you want, take it. This is the biggest one, so it will take a lot of time to download. I gave you this, but still, if you don't have, take it. Now, why are you worrying so much? Last lecture, at the end, I gave you. But still, okay, I gave part 1 now, when part 2 was about to complete. Part was already given. Ignore. Copy, take it now. Take it fast. Instead of arguing when was it given or not. Start revising, people. Start revising. Don't just come here as if, see, every day coming here and seeing us dance does not mean you learn dancing. You understand? When you see somebody else dance, that doesn't mean you understood the dancing process. Though we try our best. This is like dancing only. If I look at Hrithik Roshan dancing, That doesn't mean I learned dancing from him. I have to try it myself. It's a difference. The day you understand, you should not believe. So, I hope you have taken it. Let's start the third part. So the third part of this chapter, listen, is based on auditing. Auditing means what? All that controls which we implemented, whether they were properly implemented or not, should be checked. Are you all listening? All that we implemented has to be rechecked whether it was properly implemented or not. Everyone, shall I start? Okay, so let's take an example, airways or railways, where lakhs and lakhs of transaction happens within a day. Manual auditing is not possible. Why? Because there's no input proof, first thing. So if I say I booked a ticket from Mumbai to Chennai, and let's say I got a ticket from Mumbai to Bangalore, I can't prove that. I have typed Chennai only. You gave me the ticket to Bangalore. This should not happen. Second, there's a huge volume of transaction. Okay, so it should happen at a very high speed. So system should be effective and efficient. But yet at the same time, the system should not go wrong. You understand? There's no input proof, one thing. Yes. Second thing, there's a high volume of transaction. Everything is processed electronically, no manual processing involved. Yes or no? And then the output will come again. Output is not available in printed form. And what auditor needs to check, everything is what? True and fair or not. Not possible to reconcile everything manually here. We have to rely on computer for this. We have to. But then how do we check whether the system is perfect or not? The same as, how do you check your calculator is perfect or not? We calculate, we perform few calculations. If the answer is right, we understand it will be right for everything. Let's say we performed 100 different formulas, applied 100 different formulas on that calculator. If it is working perfectly, it will work for thousands and thousands and lakhs also. Do you understand this much? Yes or no? So, for which we need to do computerized auditing. We need continuous auditing tool. We need what? We need what? See, if you don't respond, with no point here. There's no point studying. It's no fun also. If you keep quiet for long, you'll go blank, people. Keep responding, keep speaking. Okay, what are we doing? Auditing part. Why do we do audit? Because we know there are lakhs and lakhs of transactions which will happen in our computer, and manual auditing is not at all possible. In short, you need not buy at this. Focus on. So, first question we have is, why do we need control and audit? Why do we need control and audit? Do we need any control to be implemented in this class? Yes or no? Otherwise, anybody will come and go. We'll eat, we'll talk. Do we need to implement controls here? Yes. Nothing should go wrong. For that, we apply controls. Okay, should we apply controls in the computers of Dekisha classes? Bank accounts. So all the places control is done, whether controls are perfectly applied or not. For that, we do auditing. Okay, whether this system of internal controls is applied perfectly or not, for that we do what? Auditing. Correct? The idea is this. There are 7 factors why we need to implement control and audit. The first one, okay, you need to think, who needs audit? Either the compliance requirement is to do audit, or the employer wants to do audit of this organization to know that their system is true and fair or not. There is no leakage in his ship. Otherwise, the ship will sink. Okay, to avoid that, we do auditing. So there are 7 reasons. The first one, cost of data loss. You know, if the data is lost, there's a huge cost to get that data back. We have to type everything again, or if we have backup, we will recover. In that, we will waste time. Yes or no? Focus here. Call. Yeah. Yes, right. Please shift it. I'm calling you. Yes. Please come ahead. Continue. So first one is what? Cost of data loss. Cost of data loss. Data is lost. Okay, then there is no point repenting. Come ahead, one more minute. Okay, if data is lost, there is no point of repenting. Oh, my data is lost. Data is lost. You should have implemented what? Control in advance. Second, cost of incorrect decision making. Cost of. See, the entire aim of this chapter was what? Data, when it gets processed, it becomes information from which we will take a decision. That was the aim of this chapter. What if the data came out but it was wrong? So you took a wrong decision. For example, I realized that teaching business has got immense profit. I also got into that business and realized that there's a huge cost of incorrect decision making. Huge cost of what? Incorrect decision making. What was there years since this class has survived? So it's easy for them to survive ahead. Okay, not that easy for a new class to survive. Do you understand this? Yes or no? So this place has got lesser competition, which it should have been there, but no. Okay, not that easy. So cost of incorrect decision making. One wrong decision you make, looking at the data, you feel now let's get into CA courses. Not that easy to survive. Okay, it's a huge syllabus, time bound, everything should get completed in schedule. So this is not that easy for anybody to start and end. Anyway, so first one is what? Cost of data loss. Cost of data loss. Second one is cost of incorrect decisions making. Can't speak. Dumb, deaf. No, you just don't speak. You don't understand English. Then you have a problem. You could be speaking because you feel very sleepy. You are the only one. Rest all are not. They're quite alert. Okay. Here, man. What's your name? J.I. Jinay. Hard pronounce. Keep speaking. First one was who? Cost of? I'm asking Jinay. Jinay. First one was? What data loss? Cost of data loss. Cost of. Second one is cost of incorrect decision making. No, don't look at it there also. Cost of incorrect decision making. Understanding? Okay. Third, again, there is the cost, but cost of computer abuse. Cost of computer abuse. Somebody takes an unauthorized access of our computer, copy paste our data and send it to competitors. Okay, that is what cost of computer abuse. Should we let this happen? Okay. What happened? You're naming somebody? Why you are hiding behind? You also come in. There is something wrong with you. Now you should let him say. Rohit, your phone is functioning. Keep it at first. Big people, yeah? iPhone. How much you got it from?
Yeah, I got it from
Free. How? Parents' money is for free. Which one is this? Which one? iPhone 14 Pro, it seems. Pro Max. 1,40,000, huh? Fake rubbish. I got one yesterday. 1,40,000. Just letting people know. Show up करना है तो बरस 1,40,000. Parents hard earned money. Any games it's free. Best part. Apple Watch. How long will you just see this? Don't you also want this? 3 years. Pass your phone. Pass it. Look. Guys, why don't you become a bit serious in the class? After this, there's a lot of fun in life. After one, then you have to enjoy the whole day. Sleep for 2-3 hours. Study if you want to. It's not compulsion. If it is, then why are you not serious in the class? So since you came to the class, you are serious, no doubt about it. But now let's continue that, isn't it? See, now I cannot create joke here and there. So just make you laugh with the subject. Maybe for every example, I can take a stupid example where you see someone else's data. For example, computer abuse. How do you computer abuse? I can take his phone and I can see his data. Yes or no? Maybe delete something. Maybe I will just not do anything, but just transfer some funds. Because that will make things profitable for me. Yes or no? For free, yeah. Anyways, parents' money is free. Inside. He only said it's free. I didn't say. It's a hard-earned money. See, black money or white money, both come with a lot of hard work. Yes, sir. Lot of hard work. Chalo. All Marus are not rich here. Na? They are settled here since so many years. Outsiders, they are insiders. Gold business. Jewelry business is great, man. Yes, sir. Huge competition. But those who have gold, they don't have to worry. Anyways, prices are increasing. Even if you don't sell, you are earning. Point is that you should have gold. That's it. Okay, and more the war is raising in Russia, the prices of gold will increase. You should be happy for the war to happen. All jewelry business are very happy. Okay? Yes. Your jewelry business? You're Marudi. You're Maru? Maru. Shall we start? So first one was cost of data loss. First one was cost of data loss. Second one was cost of incorrect decision making. Third, cost of computer abuse. Someone will abuse our data or computers, wrong things inside it, and then will lead to our losses. Fourth one, cost of incorrect decision. Cost of incorrect decisions. Errors. Okay. See, if there is one error, one error, okay. Let's say today in IRCTC website, the convenience charges was not getting applied. And lakhs of tickets got printed. More than 10 lakh transactions take place in IRCTC every day. Okay, and even if 1 rupee of convenience charge is not applied, they apply more than that, but let's say 10 rupees of convenience charge is not applied, this leads to a loss of 1 crore. If 10 lakhs transactions are done, it leads to loss of what? 1 crore, at least more than that, I guess 10 crores. If it is just 1 rupee, 10 lakhs, yeah, 10. Around 1 crore to 10 crore rupees of loss will take place for what? Just not adding the convenience fee. What do you think? After this, can we ask our customers to pay that convenience fee again? But nobody will pay once the ticket gets printed. Yes or no? So before we try to prevent or detect this error, it is already spread into lakhs of transactions. So we need to do audit. So we need to do what? So cost of computer error. Fourth one was what? Cost of computer error. Okay. Fifth one is maintenance of privacy. Maintenance of what? Privacy. Okay. Means what? Maintenance of privacy. They say earlier this was not a major concern. Like this, we used to write students' phone number, address in a book, a register. Just keep it here. maybe keep it locked in a room. So it wasn't getting affected that much. But now, since the data is there online, now we have to worry. If your private information goes in the hands of some stranger, then it's a problem to us. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Maintenance of privacy. Customers or people are more concerned about their what? Private information. Okay. If I, his name is Rohit, right? Rohit. If I tell his account balance, bank balance in front of you all, he will get uncomfortable. Yes or no? More I talk about his dad's parents' earnings and business, he will get more uncomfortable. Yes or no? What about health records, medical records, social, physiology, okay, mental conditions, health conditions? Are you understand? Sexual orientation. He got very excited about this. I was expecting this to happen. Somebody would burst. Anywhere he hears this word sexual, he gets, burst into laughter. He gets listen, relax. This data is related to privacy. I'm not joking. I'm not here to kid anything. This all the data I said now, it is related sensitive, private, personal data. This cannot be leaked by any organization. Hello, if our organization tries to leak your privacy-related data outside, you can file a case against us, which we don't want, for which we have to maintain privacy. But it's a tension to our brain. We are trying to maintain privacy. What if workers here, they leak your data outside? Are you understanding? And then you file a case against us, which is difficult to handle. That's why they're saying that. That's why they're saying what? Maintenance of privacy is an issue for which we need to implement what? Auditing and controls. Control and online. Do you understand this? Yes or no? Next one is controlled evolution of computer use. Evolution of computer use. They're saying that though we have to rely on technology, but technology don't guarantee 100% assurance. Technology don't guarantee 100%. Okay, so before we buy new technology, we have to make sure that it should be evaluated properly. Every new technology comes now and then, we don't simply start buying everything. Okay, so they say that though we have to rely on technology, moment a new technology comes, don't immediately buy that. Okay, we need to rely something on manual also. Hello, do you understand this? Means what? Once everything is automated, we can do what? We can sleep, relax nicely. No, we have to monitor technology also, whether that is working perfectly or not. Yes or no? Means suppose this computer, once it is set up, what can I just go outside and teach? No, it may go wrong over here. But it happens many times. Things goes wrong in online presentation as well. Yes or no? Okay, means what? We cannot totally rely on technology. Even technology needs to be observed. Governance is needed. Do you understand this? So controlled evolution of computer use. And lastly, value of hardware, software, and personnel, for which we need to implement controls. Somebody tries to intentionally break office computers. Okay, if the office CPU is slow, people kick the CPU. Okay, let's kick it and let's see whether the computer moves up start faster or not. If the keyboard works or does not work, they try to bang the keyboard. Especially space bar and enter. They presses like as if they want to hit the enter part so hard that it should break in short. Somebody clicks keyboard very, very hard. Some people are like that. For example, some people are just doing it. Right. So that is what intentional or unintentional loss of hardware. One thing. Second. See, even if the mouse don't function well, people throw the mouse down. Damn it. Damn the mouse. At least only then the office will replace the mouse. Otherwise, people don't replace it. So it let them function as long as the mouse survives. Don't kill it. In short. Okay. First point, they are saying destruction and corruption of what? Software. intentionally deleting softwares, adding something to the software by which you can correct the software. Okay, there's a lot of value to hardware as well as software. What if you have a very good employee, skilled employee, and somebody poached that employee? Poach means, you understand poaching? So tries to pull away that valued, talented, skilled employee of yours. Okay, even this is a loss. In fact, there you have not implemented controls by which somebody employed does something wrong and then you fire that employee. Are you understanding? Don't let employee do something wrong. See, if at my house I keep 10,000 rupees near the television, there are very high chances that my mates or the servants working in my house will feel like robbing that away. So what if they rob away? Now I remove those servants. Then who will work at the house? Not everything we will do on our own. So what you will suggest me to do? So don't keep this money outside. Apply some controls. Keep it inside the locker. If you keep outside, anybody may feel like robbing that money. Are you understanding this? Yes or no? So there is a value of hardware, software, and even IT personnel. Very difficult to get those skilled laborers. Okay, so who can handle computers efficiently? So value of hardware, software, personnel. These are the places where we need to implement control and audit. Are you understanding? So what are the points? So how many points are there? 7. First one was cost of data loss. Cost of incorrect decision taking. Third, cost of computer abuse. Cost of computer error. Value of hardware, software, personnel. Maintenance of receipt, control evolution of computer use. In control evolution, they just pointing at one thing. Technology is not 100% reliable. Just assures that everything will be reliable, but it's not 100% reliable. Quickly read through this point. Mark this question important. It's the most repeated question of this part of the chapter. Why we need control and audit? Relax. 4 points related to cost. Articles are here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You have it. Yes. Alright. Is it? So I have an afternoon batch. I don't know whether it is for you or is it? 7 to? Yes, there is no crash. There is no evening batch. After this, I have a crash course. 7 to 1 and then 2 to 7 crash course. There's no evening batch. Articles? How many articles? We leave at 9:30. Will you? Huh? Leave at 9:30. So did you talk to him? To Saturday also, yeah. Maybe they will give you online lecture then this backup. Yes. They will give you the online. It may take time, but she's saying that it will get done by today. But for tomorrow's lecture, they should be prepared for this. See, I'm just a poor employee. I have no right to take decision based on this. But yet, I will talk to them for you. What's his name? What's his name? This habit of hiding there. What's the name? Mayank. What's the name? Jain. Where is Reza? Reza, come here. Come here. I'm missing you. Come here. Hey, bring you. Even you are looking side location. Come. Come. What is it? I switch off the AC. Come back. A light also I'll give you. Mobile flashlight. Alcohol so far is attentive, except you. Faizan, there is a book. This is a book. So you are without the book. Hit him. Next is chalo. First one was why we need control and audit. In that why part we talked about what cost of reporting, data loss, wrong decisions, incorrect decision making, abuse. Computer abuse means what? Misuse. Fourth is computer error. Maintenance of privacy, value of hardware, software personnel, then what control evolution of computer use. Next is information system auditing. Means what we did, why we need auditing. Now what are we doing? Information system auditing. There are three reasons why we need to do audit. Hello. First one, listening to me. Okay. Safeguarding assets. Safeguarding what? Assets. Second, maintain data integrity. Maintain. And third, ensure systems effectiveness and efficiency. Systems. Okay. How do you decide system is effective? When you get the desired result. When do you decide that system is efficient? When you get the desired output in the right time. With optimum utilization of all resources, correct? In information system auditing, they are talking about what is just the process of attesting objectives of what? Safeguarding assets, asset recovery, data integrity, and the management objective that includes what? Effectiveness and efficiency. Three things we have to do in auditing. Three things. What are these? What are they? Safeguarding. Asset safeguarding, data integrity, effectiveness and efficiency. Data integrity and effectiveness and efficiency. Okay. IS auditing objectives. First one was asset safeguarding. What are IS assets? Hardware, software, facilities, documents, database. These are all what? Assets. Safeguarding that is what asset safeguarding objective. Second one was integrity. I have told you, truthfulness of data. All the adjectives related to data, accurate, authentic, complete, reliable, reasonable, secured. All this is what? Data integrity. They say it's very critical, important to maintain data integrity. And third one, systems, effectiveness and efficiency. In effectiveness, we are talking about what? It should fulfill business needs. Fulfill business. But business needs should be fulfilled with what? Optimum utilization of resources. Using what? Optimum utilization of resources. So fulfilling business needs and processes are optimized. Processes are optimized. Do you understand? This was from auditor's point of view. Then earlier it was employer point of view. Employer point of view, we say what? Why we need control and audit. Auditor's point of view, there were three objectives. What are they? Three objectives were there. What are they? Asset safeguarding, data integrity. Third one, effectiveness and efficiency. Easy. Next comes tools to audit. Okay, what we have done so far is just the need. In that need part, we also did IS auditing objectives. Auditing objectives. We have just done two things. Under tools, we have five. Audit trails. And the last one we have is what? Auditing of controls. 5 things in this chapter. Under tools to audit, be careful and listen me carefully. Tools to audit. What are we doing first? Tools to audit. Okay, suppose I made some fund transfer. 50,000 rupees was transferred from my account to your account. Okay, it got debited, but it didn't got credited in your account. Hello. Then you'll argue me, I have not received the funds. I am saying I have transferred the funds. Then you'll ask me to show proof. What will I send? Statement, or I will send some screenshot which conveys what transaction was successful. Okay. So if you say, I have yet not received, I will say, now you send me your screenshot, send me your past statement, today's statement. Are you understanding? If it indicates that it is you have also not received, then we'll together go to our banks and see why the funds are not received. Are you understanding this? So the first thing under audit trail is snapshot. The first tool under audit trail is snapshot. Acha, before that, they have written some introduction of audit trail. Let's see that. I've already told you. See, errors are generated at a very high speed. Look at the screen. Errors are generated at a very high speed. And the cost to correct the error or rerun the program is very high. And this statement, the second statement we used to say in prevention, detection, correction also. If the errors are detected and corrected, errors are closest to the point of occurrence, closer to the point of, okay, we can reduce the impact of error. If it spreads into lakhs of transactions, we cannot reduce the impact of error. Are you understanding this? So we need what? Continuous auditing tool. We need what? So this continuous auditing tool, short form is what? CAT. The same short form will also have a full form, computerized auditing tool. It has one more, computer aided auditing tool. Hello, but you will remember only one. What are they? Continuous auditing tool. They may confuse you, but they can't ask you this in exam because other two full forms I told they are not wrong. They actually exist in reality. Okay, book has called what continuous auditing tool. In reality, it is called computer aided audit tool, CAAT. Are you understanding? Or computerized auditing tool. Everywhere there are different full forms, but book has written what? Continuous auditing tool. Will you assume anything new? No. Continuous auditing tool. In that, the first one is snapshot. Okay, which is very same as screenshot. We will take screenshot of what contain everything or just the last material transaction. Material transaction. Okay, have you installed any software for taking screenshot? No. It is built into your system. Okay, what does that screenshot convey? That the transaction was complete, accurate, and authentic. It conveys CAA, complete, accurate, authentic. Or we say A and C, accurate and complete. Yes or no? So which part we should take snapshot, we have to decide. Yes or no? Okay, snapshot is similar to screenshot, which we take for a transaction. For example, let's say what are the points in the snapshot. It's also called extended records. Other name is what? Extended record. Focus on the screen. Otherwise, you will go mental. Just you feel like you have underlined everything. But in that process, you will not understand anything. All that you will come to know at the end of the lecture. Yes, I have done a lot of underlining. Not understood anything. So stop multitasking, people. After every answer, I'm giving you 1 or 2 minutes to read. That time you underline. All that you feel, I should remember what I've heard from this lecture, underline. Yes? Shall we start? Snapshot. We say that it traces what? Flow of data or transaction in an application system. Flow of data. Okay, have we installed or inbuilt? Inbuilt. Okay, only material transaction. Not everything will take snapshot of. Only material transaction. Okay, it assesses what? CAA, complete, accurate, authentic. Correct? Then, as usual, institute has its own way of irritating us. They say there are certain areas to dwell upon. Means what? Which areas should we take snapshot points? How we will report this, and it should be reported in a meaningful way. Locate snapshot points, reporting, and reported in a meaningful way. Implementation to present in a meaningful way. So what happens is, even I maintain snapshot of all the transactions which I made, which is of a bigger amount. So at the year end, I will ask my CA to file my returns. Okay, while filing returns, he has some questions. Okay, you made this transaction of 1 lakh rupees for what? I said, it's written in the remark. Where is it written? In the bank statement, remarks won't come clearly. So I'll say, don't worry, I'll send you all the screenshots of big amounts I've taken throughout the year. Are you understanding? Okay, but he says, don't randomly send me all these images. I can't see it properly. I said, don't worry, I will sort it and make a PDF of all those images and then send you. So represented in a meaningful way. So locating snapshot points. Okay, all transaction beyond 50,000, I thought I will take a snapshot. Then reporting, I will send this to my chartered accountant, but I will send it in a meaningful way that he can make some sense out of those snapshot, otherwise of no use. Do you understand this? Snapshot is that. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You get confidence in what? A transaction or the entire system? You get confidence on what? Entire system or a transaction? Just a transaction. Confidence on a transaction, not the entire system. Do you understand? So if you want to have confidence on the entire system, we have the next one. It's called integrated test facility. What is it called? Okay, what will happen in integrated test facility? Let me quickly tell you what will happen. See, suppose this is, can you see the screen? Yeah, look at it. Suppose this is organization database. This is what organization database. And we have 3 employees, employee 1, employee 2, employee 3. We are working on our computer. So let's say auditor comes to our organization and says, okay, I want to audit your system because I don't have any confidence in your system. I may have confidence in a transaction, but no confidence in the system. Focus here, please. So auditor will ask employee 3, you can go home. You can go home. You can go home. So auditor will replace this position now. Auditor will come here and sit on this computer, near this computer. And he will also enter a few transactions. Let's say today, employee 1 made one invoice, T1. E2 made T2. Auditor also made T3. Then E2 made T4, T5, T6, T7, T8, T9, T10. Let's say all of this transaction were of 50,000 rupees. How much? How many transactions took place today? 10. How much money should be collected? 5 lakhs. But auditor simply made dummy transactions just to check the effect of these transactions on the system. Hello. How do auditors check any system? How do we check calculators working in order? Trying sample formulas will calculate and see output is perfect or not. So what auditor will do? He will put some dummy entities, dummy transaction in the system and check whether the output is complete, accurate, authentic. Complete, accurate, and if it works for sample transaction, it will work for the entire system. Hello. Do you understand? So multiple testing of transactions will be done, whether the system is working perfectly or not, and thereby auditor will get the confidence in the system. Do you understand? Once the auditor is gone, maybe the boss will call you at the end of the day and ask, okay, I have tried to reconcile in the banking statements. I have not received 5 lakh rupees. Only 4 lakh rupees is received. Hey, 3.5. 7 transactions are authentic. 3.5 lakh transactions were received. Hey, are you understanding?
Yes, sir.
What happened in other 3 transactions? Why didn't I receive the funds? So he'll say, sir, it is dummy transaction. So why did you put it in their main accounting records? At the end of the year, when we do an audit or when we are filing returns, this will create problem. Are you understanding this? Sir, what can we do? Auditor came to put this transaction. Now there is a problem. We have to remove the effect of this transaction. How do we remove this transaction? If we delete the transaction, this clearly conveys there's a poor controls applied. Nobody can delete a transaction. Reverse the transaction. Again, this also conveys there's a problem in your system. You make a transaction, take the money, then reverse the transaction and keep the check in your account. Cancel, contra, delete. Since it's a listed company, people will point out this errors. Are you understanding? If it is a listed company, we don't allow these things to happen so easily. Hello. What we'll do is, we'll ask auditor to use nominal negligible value of invoices. 1 rupee, 2 rupee invoices, not 50,000. Are you understanding? Which can be considered as cancelled or rounded up. Maybe 0.1 rupee. Are you understanding? So this will not have much effect on the final statement. Do you understand? Okay, yes or no? thereby gaining confidence in the entire system, not just a transaction. So what happens in ITF? We create what dummy? Create what dummy entities and produce what audit test results and check whether the results are CAA. Complete. The only problem we have in here is what we have to decide what should be our test data. We also have to decide a method by which we can remove the effect of ITF transaction. Are you understanding this? Have you understood? Are we getting confidence in the system? Yes or no? Yes. But what problem do we have? Two problems. First, auditor comes and sends my employee home or waste my employee time. Yes or no? Second problem we have is you are putting sample transaction in main system. Are you understanding? Okay, and disturbing live system when the machine was yet time to be used. Are you understanding this? So to solve this problem, what we did is we asked the auditor, listen to me, everyone, focus. We are asking the auditor, use a copy of main server, And this is not backup. We call this server as SCARF. We call it what? SCARF. SCARF. Full form is system control. Listen to me carefully. Don't speak before I explain. System control. A for audit, R for review. File. System control, audit review file. System control, audit review file. After 10 minutes, I'll ask the full form. You'll forget. I'm sure. You'll forget. What was the full form for R? C. Control, you can never forget. S. A, you will not forget. C, you will not forget. F. Full form. Sir, what is this? This is simply copy pasting of main server. So auditor, you come and audit on the SCARF server, not the main server. Do you understand? So now the auditing will happen through SCARF. This is the third one. Third tool. First tool is Snapshot. Second is integrated test method. Third is SCARF. Understood? Yes or no? So SCARF, either it is connected to the main server or it is separated. Okay. SCARF will maintain SCARF master file. Maintain what? SCARF master file. Okay. Auditor can see this SCARF master file. This is that SCARF master file will also contain snapshot. Or extended records. So what? This is the host application system in the main system. Okay, SCARF can be embedded. Embedded means what? Connected, attached. SCARF can be either attached to the main server or can separated. But if it is attached or separated, if we provide what? SCARF master file. Provide what? Auditor can use this file and do the job of auditing. Don't touch the main system. Don't touch the main system. Which one is better? Snapshot, ITF, SCARF. But SCARF is expensive. Not everyone can have a backup, extra server in the organization. Do you understand? So first one was not giving guarantee on the entire system, just guaranteeing transaction. Second one used to guarantee, but it disturbed the live system. Third one, it's excellent, but it is expensive because we have to maintain a extra server. Do you understand? Neither of these are live systems. So they are live, but they cannot be used online. Auditor has to sit inside the organization and do the job of auditing. Hello, do you understand? Can auditor sit at his home or sit in his office? No. So because these systems are not online, they are not what? Maybe continuous auditing is done here also, but it is not done online. Auditor needs to be present inside the organization. Do you understand this? To have an online system, we need a fourth one. But before I get into the fourth one, I want you to read 1, 2, and 3, and the fourth tool. You read it. You try to interpret what you understand, and I'll explain. So read from Snapshot. break I will give at 9:45. Okay, you have to rush. Articles. Articles you want to leave now?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, it's your choice. I can't stop you. Of this Zoom meeting link. Achha, so you can see it there. That I can do. But will you be able to? So you'll keep it on in the phone. So it will be allowed in the office?
Yeah.
I'll try your best. Okay. 1 second. Where will I find that link? Not allowed. 1 second. Chalo, let's have a break of 30 minutes now. I have to communicate. You just meet me outside and just ask and give you the link. Hello, let's start. Everyone, last benches. Hello, 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 hello. We were reading those. Everyone, start reading those three things we already did: snapshot, ITF, SCA, System Control Audit Review File, and the fourth one, CIS. I want you to read it before we begin. Read it fast. Everyone, here, kids, please come on the one side, please, left side. Everyone, please shift here. One side, one side. What happened? You can go. That's okay. Nobody will do anything wrong. Shift here, please. Everyone. Bring one close. Second, third bench. Third bench. Don't like what? See, I will be focusing here, so I will not be looking at it. You will not enjoy it. Come. Sit on the third bench. You know what's wrong with it? Nobody will trouble you. Don't worry. Go.
The road has to be.
Rohit, you want to come ahead? First bench is empty. I may especially cleaned it for you. The choices are. What are you saying, Rohit? What's wrong with you? Orientation. That's quite weird. His phone is free, his choices are different. He is only revealing his privacy. I can't help it. Chalo, let's start. Please complete that reading part. Well, turn on this slide. Everyone focus one minute. I want you to read CIS and tell me what you understand by that, then we proceed. CIS, Continuous Intermittent Simulation. Done. Tell me what you mean. What do you understand in CIS?
There's something more of very similar to Star, but more data. When you have database and which information is passed to in the pass on to CIS, where it will check the transaction of and it being split in the further lots of information to know whether it has to be checked out of finance or not. In the other case, if it does not require any further processing, it will wait for further information to be available. Then it will process or it will make a simulation of the processing or further talking of the data. And there are any discrepancies that notices from the data it has processed to data that then receive from the data. Then it will
Okay, I got it. Let's say we are into a business and let's say he is an employee of mine. Okay. So whenever a customer comes, mostly he will handle that customer. Okay. Imagine this situation. But I said, whenever you make a total, whenever you make an invoice, you call me. So you will make an invoice, I will also make an invoice. I'm like CIS. Now I'll just check whether his answer and my answer matches. If it matches, no problem. We'll wait for the next customer to come. If it does not match, means there is an exception. There is some error. This deficiency has to be known to the auditor. So we will maintain an exception log file. Maintain what? Exception log file. So the answer, continuous intermittent simulation. What happens here is we say that whenever an application system is trying to read something from DBMS, is trying to see something or make changes in what? DBMS. That time, this result will also go to CIS. This report will also be given to CIS. CIS will say that whenever you touch the database, I will check. Whenever you do anything related to database, I will check. It's like this, whenever you deal with customer, okay, and there is a financial transaction, also call me. I will also check whether the invoice total made by you is correct or not. I will also make my invoice total. The same logic will run in his brain and my brain of making the invoice. Means what? Application system and CIS, they both are replica of each other. Are you understanding? Whatever application system will calculate, that result will be compared with the result of CIS. We'll examine the transaction, and if at all there is any discrepancy, then we will record that discrepancy in what? Exception log file. We will record exceptions in what? Exception log file history. You get this? If everything is okay, then no problem. Wait for the next transaction. Then why is it called continuous intermittent? Basic transaction will go on continuously, but whenever there is a connection with database, whenever there is a connection with what? Database, that time, only at that time, CIS will come. You understand this? That's continuous intermittent simulation. Any doubt in this? Now you read, you understand better. Check. If there is any doubt, you ask again. Done? Are you understanding? Shall I proceed to the next one? Achha, now auditor has to come to organization? No, we can send this exception file to auditor. So they don't have to come to the organization. So this time it is online possible. Are you understanding? So far we were continuously offline. Auditor needs to be present continuously in the organization. Are you yes or no? But now we can rely on auditor online. Okay, we'll just put the exception file to the auditor. But it is happening online, but is it happening in real time? No. So this is not working in real time. Real time means what? It should happen on the spot, because our idea was what? Lakhs of transactions will take place. One error will lead to numerous errors ahead. Yes or no? To protect that, we wanted to do audit. Continuous auditing tool was there. This was the idea. But still it is not yet applied. Here it is online, but it is not yet continuous. Are you understanding? Yes or no? So in places where we feel something can go wrong, there we can implement audit hooks. We can implement what? We can tag those areas. Like for example, if a bank manager tries to change the interest rate of a few favorable friends, okay, maybe they kept an FD and he's trying to give more rate of interest, or maybe friends took loan and he's reducing the rate of interest. Okay, this is an area of suspicion. We should not allow this to happen. Okay, whenever a bank manager, because he has got supervisory passwords, he may misuse it. But we should give supervisory password to somebody. But whenever somebody in power uses, we will control and monitor. Because if they also do wrong, we will not allow that to happen, right? So we'll apply audit hooks. So wherever we feel there is a chance of suspicious activities, okay, there we will apply one audit hooks. So moment anything any changes which happens over there, it will immediately report it to the auditor in real time. In what time? Now they have taken one example of an insurance company when they're saying that the policy holder account is vulnerable. They say its system is what? Vulnerable. If a person is trying to change his address or change his name and then ask to transfer funds. For example, I applied for some insurance. I got the check at my house, but I go to the insurance office and say, I have not received the check. Okay, so check my address. Oh, this is the address. No, change my address. Okay, my latest address is new. It was X, now it is Y, for example. Change the address to Y and now you send the check to me. What happened to that older check? So chances are insurance policy people are not that fools that they will give a second check, but this is an example given in books. Check this. Okay, internal auditor and insurance company determined that the policy holder system was vulnerable. Every time a policy holder changed his or her name or address and then subsequently withdrew funds from the policy. Okay, they devised a system of audit hook to tag records with a name or address change. Anybody who tries to change the name or address will immediately get what? Notified to the auditor. Okay, do you understand? This is the internal audit department will investigate these tagged records for detecting frauds. When audit hooks are employed, auditors can be informed of questionable transaction as soon as they occur. This approach is real-time notification. Displays a message on auditor's terminal. Are you understanding this? In short, this flags a suspicious transaction, real-time reporting. Informs auditor in real time. Two things have to be remembered. Rest all is example. So answers content is less, example content is more. Okay, so I've done all 5 of them. Snapshot, ITF, SCARF, CI, and audit hooks. Any one could be asked, or maybe 2 could be asked in exam. You don't have to explain audit hooks, write 5 examples, no. Okay, they should question you, or if at all it is just asked, okay, write a note on continuous auditing tool, give 2 examples, 3 examples, and explain a bit about that and leave it. Got it? All 5 are important, but they are important. So in case they could ask you an individual question also. Okay, now you read the remaining 2. CIS was done. Now just read audit hooks and exam. Then let's proceed. CA stands for completeness. Huh? Audit hooks. Bank manager is trying to change interest rate. Okay, then you are a purchase manager, but and the purchase order the purchase requisition was different, but while making the purchase order you are copy pasting something else. Means wherever we feel that suspicious thing could happen, there we will apply audit hook. Obviously you will apply audit hook in places which is material to you, material transaction only, which will create a great impact on the organization's profits and loss. Audit hook will be applied where we feel suspicious thing can happen. Wrong things could happen. Mostly where wrong things could happen, we apply controls. So there is no point of audit hook then. But who tried to change it? We should at least come to know. Who tried to access? Because if we are very sure that something wrong could happen, we apply controls. You understood my logic. What I was saying is, when I know something can go wrong, I'll apply control. But to some people, I have to allow. For example, if a manager touches interest rate, he should be allowed to use. He has supervisory powers. I should allow him. But when he's trying to manipulate with it, he misuse it, then I should disallow. That time we will flag audit books. Read. Finish this one and let's complete.
We say that audit books are based on trend of
only places where something can go wrong will get tagged. It's similar that suppose we took a group photo and you tag me, it immediately gets alerted on my screen. Similarly, wherever audit books are applied, if something changes happen over there, it immediately gets notified to auditor. Now you may think, okay, let me allow this. What is allow this?
I'm asking, tagging some transaction. What is the reason when you say that?
While making the system, you will apply it. Suppose interest rate. Okay, editing of interest rates is not allowed. But if somebody is trying to edit it, okay, increasing or decreasing, what that person is doing, there will be a limit set. Let's say if I want to take a loan, let's say now I go to market and ask for loan, they may give me at the rate of around 7 to 8% also. Okay, so as per bank, it should not go below 7. Suppose if on FD they are giving 6, they want at least 1 rupee, 1% of interest as a profit. Suppose so, bank set a target that it should not go below 7 while giving loan. If it is 8 or 9 or 10, bank is happy. So the bank manager gets a customer with 9% of interest rate for applying loan. Bank is happy. 8% bank is happy. 7% bank is happy. But you are my friend, I'll give you for 5%. Bank is not happy. So here there will be a program set. If it goes below 7, disallow. For example, this is one example. Let's say there is one more audit book which generally takes place in the stock market. I have applied an audit book in my one or particular share. If at all it reaches 52-week high, send me an alert. Just send me a message. So I immediately get an SMS from my stockbroker. Okay, so I can decide it's 52-week high, should I sell it or not? You understand? So I have set an audit hook there. If it goes beyond 52-week, suppose I bought the share at 1550, 1,550 rupees, Infosys. I wanted to sell it off at 1700. I can set an audit hook at 1700. Moment it goes beyond 1700, notify. Yes. Just to imagine, audit book is mostly for suspicious things. Okay, maybe just for you to get into the head, how is it applied? There will be condition applied somewhere. Yes, this is how it is applied. Completeness, accuracy, and authenticity. All the software does this. This is not difference video, right? Just a presentation way. Just table. It's not difference between the points. Shall we proceed? Okay, next question is based on audit trails. It's not audit trail of individual application controls, nothing like that. Okay, this is the most repeated question which was asked, which used to be asked in final CA. Final CA, there used to be a subject called ISCA, ISCA, Information System Control Audit. It used to be there, 100 marks. Massive chapter. People used to fail a lot in this chapter. So they transferred it to Inter CA. So our syllabus comes from final CA. IPCC IT was different. Then, yes. Anyways, so mark this question important because it was the most repeated question of final CA. What is audit trail? Trail means something which you can track and trace. Why do you want to track and trace? To find errors or irregularities. Okay, so what will audit trail has to maintain? History. What is history called in IT terms? Log. So we say audit trail maintains logs of all the activities listen, system level, application level, or user level. At what? System level, application level, or user level. They say if it is properly implemented, it acts like a very good what control? Detective control, preventive control, corrective control. Detective control. See, the entire day you will make some calls. Okay, your parents can't prevent it. But looking at the history, they may at least detect to whom do you talk to every day. Are you yes or no? The person you talk the most, there is doubt. Hello, do you understand? Maybe that person is a best friend. That's it. Are you yes or no? So, detective control. It can act like a very good detective control. But since they will come to know whom you talk a lot, what do you do? Prevent yourself from talking or deleting? Deleting. See? But what if we don't let you delete any of those logs? Now there is a fear. See, we can get an itemized bill. Okay? If your parents want, they can, whatever figure you have, they can pay a nominal fee and get the entire month's falling log printed. Okay, so you may delete it from your phone, but this cannot be deleted from the operator's network. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Yes or no? Okay, we used to call it itemized bill. It is still there. It's still relevant for both prepaid and postpaid. So if I want, I can. But point is, that log cannot be deleted by you. You understand? So now if I say, if your parents want to get a itemized bill, he can always get. Okay, so what do you do? Never make an operator call. Make a WhatsApp call. Do you understand? Some alternate way of communication. I am only telling you. Use this. Don't blame me later. If you get stuck, if your parents told you, let them. It's their choice, it's your life. Anyways, point is what? Call on WhatsApp. There's things you remember very well. Subject you forget. All these things you remember very well. Listen now. We say that if at all audit trail is properly implemented, it can act like a very good detective control. We should keep logs of everything, like calls from WhatsApp, calls from operator, calls from Telegram. The calls from Telegram doesn't matter there. Telegram has calling support. Yes. We will keep logs of everything, only logs of relevant things. Yeah. Maybe if we try to catch you from calling, you will start chatting. Okay, we may just come to know to whom you send a chat. What you send may not be easily accessible. But for that they just should get your access to your phone. That's it. Maybe they have a mirror WhatsApp on the laptop. Possible? Can we? Now, earlier it was like this. The WhatsApp connection on the laptop was possible only when the phone was near. Now it will work even if phone is not near. Even when the phone is switched off. Okay. Desktop WhatsApp. Web application. Yeah. Earlier it was in beta. It is always in beta. It's never alpha. Even Google Map is beta.
Before that option, you had to.
Earlier it wasn't there, now it is there. Listen. Understood? So they are saying what? Capture all significant events without cluttering the log with trivial activities. Useless activities will not keep a log of. Only important activities. Do you understand this? So audit trail does three things. What logs are? Logs that can be decided to record what? Activities at what level? System, application, user level. If implemented correctly, it will act like a very important They need to control. Third, capture all significant events without cluttering with trivial activities with the useless activities. Are you understanding this? Now, there are three functions which are performed by auditor. First, detecting unauthorized access. What? Detecting unauthorized access. Second, reconstruction of events, and third one is personal accountability. I'll tell you what happens. Okay, let's say this is the event log of who can I enter room number 1 and who can enter room number 2. Just imagine this is employee 1 and employee 2. This is employee 1, employee 2. Okay. Now, employee 1 on first, he entered the room at what time? 9. Out time? 10. So, which room he went into? Room number 1. Access was granted or denied? Granted. After coming from 10 o'clock, he came to at 10:15. He tried to enter room number 2. Access denied or access granted? Denied. Employee 2 entered 9:30. Exited 11 a.m. Room number 2. Access granted, denied? Granted. Suppose on this day, okay, employee 2 was murdered. Employee 2 was murdered. Okay. So first thing what we did was we realized that employee 1 tried to access room number 2. Matlab chances are very high that employee 2 was murdered by employee 1 only. Suppose that day there was nobody else on that floor. Are you understanding this? So first thing is we can detect unauthorized access. Immediately got detected. Okay. Why employee 1 card was swiped at room number 2. That means that person tried to enter the room. Yes or no? Yes or no? And that day employee 2 died. Can we hold employee 1 accountable for this?
Yes.
Yes. But can we at least suspect? If nobody was there on that floor, chances are very high that he might have done it. We'll ask first question to be asked to employee 2, employee 1 will be, why you try to access room 2 when you know you have no right to come to room number 2? He will say, my card was lost, stolen by somebody. Maybe employee 2 only stole my card. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Okay, then, so this is one possibility. Okay, if we held employee 1 responsible, then he may also say, sir, that day, okay, in room number 2, I saw employee 2 was dying inside. So I tried to access my card, it didn't work. I went back and he died inside. Possible? See, he can reconstruct events. He can reconstruction of events are possible. Are you understanding this? Means if you have an audit trail, we can think what could have happened that time. Yes or no? Okay, maybe reconstruction can happen in different ways, but yes, to a great extent, reconstruction can happen properly. Are you understanding this? Okay, and third, we say that if employee 1 says I am innocent, we will say you are accountable for it. Okay, since you swiped your card in room number 2, maybe investigation will take it forward. Okay, maybe you have murdered or not, that can be decided later. But you have to be a part of investigation. Do you understand this? Can't go home, can't leave you. Are you understanding? Yes. Leave the city under unless the investigation is over. So there are 3 objectives of audit trail. 3 objectives of audit trail. 1, predicting unauthorized access. Second, reconstruction of events. Third, personal accountability. Correct? In detecting unauthorized access, there are 2 types. Listen. One is real time and the second one is after the fact. Real time means on the spot. But the moment employee 1 tried to access room 2, an alert should be generated and security should be called. But this happened or didn't happen? Didn't happen. If it happens, then it's a real time detection of unauthorized access. Do you understand? Yes or no? Okay. But they are saying that real time will add a lot of load on the system. Because they say it has to be continuously kept active. Example, In your computer, virus may or may not come, but for that, antivirus has to continuously remain active because it has to detect the virus in real time. I will understand. So what we do is, if at all we have a very heavy antivirus, we will first shut down that antivirus, end task antivirus, because it consumes a lot of memory space, a lot of processing power. It makes the entire computer go slow. First thing which I do is, one moment I start the computer, I will first end task to antivirus. Okay, it runs in background and uses a lot of processing power. Are you understanding this? Okay, so now if errors are detected, we cannot immediately correct if we turn the antivirus off. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, so real time, we said our objective is to protect system from any kind of security breach. Security breach should immediately get what? Reported. Okay, so what is the problem with this? It imposes what? Overhead, a lot of load on the system. Okay, degrades the performance. Example, what? Antivirus running in background degrades performance. Do you understand this? Second is after the fact. Means what? After things are done, murder is over, then it will be reported to us. So we can just electronically save everything, all the records in the database, and then review this periodically to determine if the unauthorized access was accomplished, attempted, or failed. Do you understand this? This was what? After the fact. Next is the reconstruction of events. If my opening balance is missing, but all transactions are there, closing balance is there, can you identify the opening balance? Yes or no? Means what? You can easily reconstruct the events. If I say we keep audit trails of everything. So if you send an email to me, okay, your IP address will be associated with that email, yes or no? Your home address, your IP address, your device IMEI number, okay, from where you typed, everything will be recorded. If I file a case against you that you have sent me an email, Abhishek sir, I will kill you. If I file a case against you, okay, can you deny that you have not made? You can deny, but you cannot prove it. Okay, I'm getting it. Because once you know your email ID, IP address gets logged. Will you ever do this mistake of sending an email to me? Will you be ever? Yes, you see it. We can always say unauthorized access and what you did with that?
You can probably try to
But I got an email from your account. I can see your IP address. There are multiple things to prove that you have done email. IP address, VPN. So we will catch the VPN company to tell your IP address. Because you murdered somebody, suppose. Maybe you send a terrorist email. Okay, suppose you did something wrong where government can catch you if they want to. For example, that Drishyam movie, you have seen Drishyam movie. Okay, you took a videography of somebody like that and you uploaded online. You could be tracked and traced. Will not spare you. Any obscene content which you share may, if they wish to, if they want to, they can track and trace and punish you. You cannot get rid of it. You cannot get rid of it. My point is what? Forget about Drishyam. Any video of privacy you capture and publish it outside. Okay, it can be backtracked and you will be punished for this. This punishment, we'll see that in chapter 1. Okay, and if it is for adults, then still it's okay. If it is child-related pornography, ruined. Your life gets ruined. Even if you see those videos, access, download, or see text, share. Sometimes in a WhatsApp group, there are some. See, we don't always allow that only admin should speak. So In certain groups are open for every group member to chat in that. People tend to send obscene things in that sometimes. They could be punished if we want to. If it leads to somebody's damage of reputation, that person could punish them. We can always backtrack. You cannot deny. In computing world, you cannot deny I have not done. Because audit trails will make sure that you are personally accountable. Are you understanding? Even you might say, sir, my computer got hacked. And maybe it is true it got hacked. Okay, so at least you will catch the hacker. Until that, you will be caught. Okay, but who wants to even face a tag that you were caught for this? Maybe proved or not, but you are caught for this. Okay, even if we are taken to jail for this, your reputation gets destroyed there. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Okay, never do this mistake. Now tell me, personal accountability, we say that audit trail helps monitor user activity at the lowest level of details. Who helps do this? Audit trails. So this capability of audit trail influences users' behavior. Influences what? Users' behavior. Now, once I've said you this, will you ever share anything related to, let's say, child pornography? Okay, huh? In case you wish to or want to, whatever you want to do, you won't even dare to do. Point is this. Okay, now tell me, audit trail acts like what? Preventive control, detective control, or both? It will also act like a preventive control. Why? Because it influences users' behavior. Do you understand this? See, those who know law, they will not go against law. Are you understand? Those who just don't know, those uneducated fellow, some of my own admin, some of the friendship groups and joined friendly groups, my past college groups, Okay, they don't know. Not everybody knows any law related to pornography also. They'll send any crap online. In fact, with this, it proves how bad their character is. They feel it is cool. Are you understanding? When you send stupid messages in a group, you prove how stupid you are. Okay, avoid that. It's better to speak less in a group, rather than appearing more foolish. You understand this? So, 3 things under audit trail. We didn't. What was that first one? Detecting unauthorized access, real time after the fact. Second one, reconstruction of events, and third, personal accountability. You understand? And the second part of this answer says, how do we implement audit trail? In that process, they are not talking about implementation. They're saying 3 things will happen. One, these logs are useful to accountants. For who? Accountants. To measure what? Potential damages or financial losses. Damages or financial losses. Second, they're saying it is valuable to auditor to assess what adequacy of controls, whether the controls are sufficient or not, and do we need some additional controls or not. And the third one, they're saying, we will not keep everything. We will keep only significant thing. So less audit is perfect. It's more important. Okay, that we don't mess or clutter this audit with insignificant activities. Understood? That's under the implementation of it. Read the answer, start now. Giving you 1 minute, do it fast. Then read it. It will simply detect, but we will correction is something different which will apply. Once it detects, switch off. Good. But keep it normal only, so that they will not again ask for the 26 fun times. Perfect. So preventive and detective, not corrective. Audit trail will not correct, we have to correct it somehow, some other kind. Reconstruction event is possible. You cannot say it will correct us. We have to correct. Audit trail will not correct. It will help us detect. That's it. We will implement correction. Bank statement, for example, if the opening balance is not visible and closing balance is visible, debit credits are visible. So we can reconstruct what? Opening balance. So this means what? We can detect some problem, we can construct, we can find a solution to the problem. Okay, but audit trail is not solving the problem. So for now, it's not correction control. We can always say, see, in case in exam, this is how the question comes. Audit trail acts like a preventive control, detective control, corrective control, and environmental control. Okay, see, detective control. Majority part, audit trail, detective control. Are you understanding? Now, if it is asked this way, preventive control, detective control, corrective control, both A and B. Both A. Understand? What if in D they say both A, B, and C, all three, A, all of them. Then only detective control will click. Understand? Because corrective control, auditing trail is not implementing. We will do some corrections that we will have to do. Okay, audit trail will not do this. It may help you do this. Helping means what? It's like reports are useful for doctors to understand what remedy they should do. That doesn't mean reports will provide remedy. Reports is not going to provide remedy. Indian code? It's 26. Switch it off. Yeah.
Change only, not can facilitate a change only, not correction.
Yeah. Facilitate correction, but not apply correction. So detection, always correction can be done only if detection is done. It helps in detection, mainly detection. This also we say influences users' behavior, so we say preventive. Otherwise, it will not prevent anything go wrong. You understand? So it will not prevent us from floods. Audit trail will not prevent if the flood is coming or there is a fire in the room. Not preventing that. Okay, it's just one essence of audit trail when we say that it is influencing user behavior. Okay, it's like this. When CCTV camera is here, it influences users' behavior. Even if they think to rob, they will not rob because they know CCTV cameras. It is getting recorded. So next we have audit trail, audit of controls. Audit of what? Ready everyone? So what we did in controls gets repeated here. So you should be positive that we have to face it. So let's be positive about it. Think from employer's point of view. Okay. Some of the content is same as what we did before. Okay. All other lecturers of EIS, they leave this part as self-study. But let's do it because it's not so easy that it should be left for self-study. Or neither it is so difficult that it cannot be managed. So it is partial. So let's go with a higher pace rather than just leaving it. Are you understanding? Shall we start? Okay, first comes what? Auditing of what? Environmental control. Auditing of environmental control. Fire, water, pollution, electricity. Okay, these are the 4 areas we should see, right? So first one is what? Auditing of environmental control. For every one part, there are 2 answers inside it. First one is role of IAS auditor. Other one is auditing. One is what? Role, other is auditing. What happens in role? Listen. Okay, here we are saying that what role auditor has to perform. Auditor must satisfy whether what there is what technology, effective technology controls are implemented or not, and will they prevent us from any kind of environmental risk and any kind of what? Environmental risk. Once again, IAS auditor must satisfy what? That effective technology controls are implemented and overall continues to safeguard against environmental risk is existing or not. Again, I'm saying you, okay, if I see you underline anything, doing anything, close the books and see. Just focus on the board. You do multitasking, not understand anything. What do you want? Multitasking? Okay, then I will also not care. You just move ahead and finish the finish. That would be the mindset. Please stop multitasking. No point of doing anything like that. You know, okay, you hear a sentence, underline, but not digesting in your brain. What did he say? Auditor has to satisfy 2 things, whether controls are effective or not, and will this control prevent us from environmental risk? Prevent us from what? Environmental risk. Do you understand? Okay, this is something which auditor has a concern. So for which auditor will come and check, do you have sufficient controls implemented or not for preventing yourself from easy environmental risk. Okay, environmental risk. So what will IAS auditor will do? Will bring a list for physical inspection. Will come and check, is it everything available or not? Okay, observe our practices. First thing, okay, related to fire detection and suppression systems. Fire detection and suppression is available or not. For that, you will come and check, because it should not happen that your bank is on fire, your business is on fire, and then there's no point of doing audit after that. So in advance we do. So first auditor will check, do you have adequate okay, fire detection and suppression system? First thing, everyone, do you understand? Do you have adequate fire suppression or detection and suppression system or not? So we'll check smoke detector, extinguishers, sprinklets, fire alarms. Do you understand? Master switch. Have you conducted inspection? Okay, is there an evacuation plan? Is it documented? Emergency evacuation plan. We'll just check everything. Check. Ensure. This is how we begin all the sentences in this part of the book. Ensure, check. Auditor wants to understand. So first, everything is adequate or not. Say we have, let's say, those fire extinguishers, but do everyone understand how to use that fire extinguisher? Even that needs to be checked, which is done in the second part. All of them understand or not. Let's say all of them understand, but the day when there was a fire, you tried and tested that product, it is not working. Okay, even these gadgets have got their annual maintenance. Okay, it must be maintained by qualified personnel only. So it should be tested. So adequate, all of them understand and should be tested. Adequate, all of them understand, tested. Okay, then it should be inspected, frequently inspected by that article. Remember, inspection, frequent inspection. For frequent inspection should be done by fire or department officials, not any ordinary watchmen. So if you just check those bottles which are generally there, it will be written what when was it last inspected. And after that, it takes at least you can keep it for 1 year, then you have to inspect again. So it needs to be frequently inspected. Okay, then, auditor will come and check in case of emergency, how will people run away? Is there any evacuation plan? Where are the fire exits? Where are the markings on the floor? How do we exit in case of there is a fire? What if you turn off all the power supply? There is no light now. How do you run? So there should be those markings with radium, which should glow in darkness. Otherwise, how will people run away? Because once the power switch is off, we can't see where to run. And that stamping will happen. So there should be a proper railing by which we should run away. Do you understand what I'm saying? In case there is a fire inside the aeroplane, you have to run. But inside the aeroplane, they have a marking how to reach the doors, exit doors. It's their mark. And finally, there should be a fire drill conducted. So auditor needs to understand that we have adequate fire detection suppression. All of them understand, is it tested, is it inspected, is there an evacuation plan and drill conducted or not. Do you understand? Okay, then related to water. Okay, so now they want to understand about do we have sufficient water detection. You remember we had water leakage alarms. Okay, when this alarm should ring, when the alarm will ring, there should be somebody to monitor that ring. Are you understand? And this should be tested. Okay, so that they come to know, it really rings a bell or not. So by dropping water, we can detect whether this alarm is detecting water or not. Are you understanding? So fire, water, both are done. Third one is what? Pollution. You forget about the Hindi way of speaking. Pollution. How do you check whether there is pollution in this classroom or not? We check pollution by checking the temperature, humidity, and dust. By checking the air filters inside the air conditioner, or just by checking whether the particles are there on the desk or not. Are you understanding? If there is some dust, I just made him clean right now because nobody sits on the first bench, so it became dusty. Do you understand this? So what was I saying? Cleanliness has to be checked. In that, there are two things which we have to know. First one is HVAC. What is it? Heating, ventilation, air conditioning. Heating, ventilation. Okay, this is full form given by module. Actually, it should be humidity, ventilation, and air conditioning. Are you understanding? Okay, air conditioning for cooling, obviously, and conditioning means also cleaning the air because it has a filter. Okay, which will obstruct the dust particles. You remember, biggest dust particle, the pollutant was what? Dust, which resides on the hard disk and the read-write head. I told you. So they're saying that auditor simply needs to check: do we have temperature measuring equipments, humidity measuring equipments? Is there anybody who is monitoring these equipments? Otherwise, the temperature will increase. Nobody monitors this, and the server will be damaged. Are you understanding this? Okay, then is it maintained or not? And it should be maintained by whom? Watchmen? No, qualified personnel. Most of the time, we give multiple tasks to just one person. For example, here, multiple tasks, because not everywhere we can afford a human being. Okay, if there are 10 tasks for every task to keep a human being, we have to pay him, and pay him means what ultimately gain from human being. Are you understanding this? Because we have to earn from you so that we can pay him so much. Okay. Here the most important one is what? Teaching faculty. Okay. To get those teaching faculty, all other costing is adjusted so that teaching faculty can be easily managed. Are you understanding? So maintained by qualified personnel or not, that is it. Then we have to check, is there any internal accumulation of dust? Okay. In the server room. Okay. Above the server also there is a possibility of accumulation of dust. Okay, so for that we have to maintain what? Cleanliness. We have to maintain what? Cleanliness. For that we will check air filters inside the air conditioning. Okay, this is how clean the room should be. These are server rooms. This is how server room looks like. So examine cleanliness, check air filter and components, internal accumulation of dust. Components, internal accumulation of dust. Okay, if there is some dust, we have to do vacuum cleaning. You understood this much? Okay, so fire, water detection. Third one was pollution. Inside pollution, there are 2 points. One was HVAC. What was the full form? Heating, ventilation, and next one was cleanliness. Internal accumulation of dust and air filters should be checked. Okay, the fourth one is related to power supply. There are 2 problems of power supply, if you remember. One, there was power spikes, for which they are saying we should have power conditioning. Power conditioning. There should not be spikes. Voltage fluctuation should not be there. It should flow in a smooth way. For which we had voltage regulators or circuit breakers, or UPS can also work like a power conditioner. Then we had backup. For backup, we had what? UPS and generators. Okay, power generators. So are they existing or not? One thing. Are they tested or not? Second thing. Are they tested and maintained by qualified personnel or not? Should be checked. So this is what they're saying. See, backup power, UPS generator are available. They are frequently tested. Keep speaking. Then maintained by qualified personnel. Okay. Then power conditioning, again using what? UPS, line conditioner, source, surge protector, or motor generators. Again, it should be inspected, maintained by qualified personnel. In short, the entire answer. Okay, do we have sufficient facilities? Is it tested, inspected, and maintained? Maintained by qualified personnel. This is what we have to say. In all 4, we can say this, but endpoints should be clear. There are how many endpoints? 6. 6. Fire detection and suppression, water leakage alarms, water detection, and third one was HVAC, cleanliness, power conditioning, power backup. You understand? First, fire. Second is water. Third, fourth for pollution. Fifth and sixth for power. That completes what? Auditing of environmental control. Read it, 2 minutes. Done. Never done. Chalo, next. Drink some tea and coffee to keep yourself active and nice. You can just not like it's too much fun. You know, I didn't call you. All right, next is what auditing what? Physical access control.
Yeah.
And keep the lights on. No. Tell her we didn't call. Next is auditing physical access control. Physical access control means what? Somebody should not come and rob our computing devices or servers or not. So there we did door lock and all. Here the answer is different. See, that's what now people are leaving it on self-study basis. No, it cannot be done because the content is different. Auditor here needs to just check whether that was properly implemented or not. It will not come and check whether door locks are properly implemented or not. Though he knows that that is naturally done, certain other aspects are to be seen. So if I come to your organization, let's say you are a company as big as this, okay, multi-story building is a skyscraper, I have to check whether this skyscraper is protected from all types of hazards. Okay, so the role of IS auditor is to first come and check, do risk assessment. Do what? Risk assessment. What is the possible risk to this premises? From where somebody can enter into the premises? What are the natural hazards? What are man-made hazards nearby? You understand natural hazard, man-made hazards? Okay, is it flood-prone area? Is there a chance of volcano? Then this may happen that the skyscraper will collapse someday. Are there chances of earthquake? Are you understanding this? So we'll first do risk assessment. Okay, then we'll check, have you applied sufficient control for the available risk, okay, actual risk. So second thing we'll do is control assessment. First one is what? Risk assessment. Second is control assessment. To understand your physical area properly, I'll ask for building premise plan. Okay, wire plan, cable plan, electricity plan. Okay, does this building have any policy procedure, security policy procedure implemented or not? Or anybody can come inside the building and all. You understand this? So security policy PP we will check, policy procedure will check, building plan, network diagram. Okay, we will ask for the inventory list. Inventory list will contain what? How many computers do we have? How many printers do we have? Now if something gets lost, we can actually compare with the book. Okay, are all the devices available or not? Do you understand? Three things. Wait. Okay, go to the corner and kindly stand for 2 minutes. Okay, so rule of IS auditor. What are we doing? What rule of IS auditor? Okay, what do we do in risk assessment? First one is what? Risk assessment. Periodic and timely assessment of assets. Assessment of what? Assets. We'll assess what are different types of threats. Where is the system weak, vulnerable? Okay, and understand what kind of losses we can incur. exposures. Okay, second one is what? Control assessment. For the rest which exist, we will just check is PAC in place or not. What is PAC? Physical access control in place. And are they adequate enough to protect the assets? Are you understanding this? Okay, and third, we will review documents. Review documents. We will ask you, examine the documentation. Okay, is there any policy procedure for security? Is there any premise plan? Okay, building plan, cable diagrams, and inventory list, etc. We'll review the documents. Three things rule of IS auditor has done. Okay, what are these three things? Tell me. Risk assessment, control assessment, review document. Risk assessment, control assessment, review. Then auditor will go and sit. He will start marking. Okay, the first step is sitting and marking. Sitting and okay. In sitting part, we will check is there any proximity to hazard, man-made hazard like dams, air force, or air base, or navy, or military base nearby. These are all man-made hazards. Okay, it may happen that some enemy tries to attack and you will lose your business. Okay, so man-made hazards are existing or not. Natural hazards, rivers, flood-prone area, earthquake-prone area. These are all what? Natural hazards. Are you understanding this? Okay, your organization may get affected by this. Now, there is no control on hazards. If earthquake comes, it's bound to come. There's no control on this. So, auditor needs to ensure, do you have compensatory control? Insurance is there or not? In case something like that happens, do we have sufficient insurance or not? If you know your organization is in a flood-prone area, you must have flood-related insurance policies. Are you understanding this? Then we will check whether marking is properly done or not. What is done or not? Marking. So, under marking, okay, tell me, do we have the Kesha classes written outside the building? Yes, someplace there must be written. Otherwise, nobody will come to know here we have the Kesha class. Yes, on the floor, is it written somewhere outside? Yes, Acha, is there a parking in this building? Yes, if I bring my car, they will allow. But provided there should be some parking stickers on the car. In most of the commercial areas, I don't know about here, in Mumbai, they don't allow without a parking sticker. Watchman will not allow the car to come inside the organization. Are you understanding? Because it may happen that some terrorist comes and just parks the car and goes away and explores the entire building. Do you understand this? So, sitting and then we do what? Job of marking. Sitting and marking. Sitting, marking, we are doing first one, proximity to hazards. Okay, we will just perform risk assessment is performed and we will ensure what compensatory controls are available for what two types of hazards. What are they? Natural and man-made. Man-made hazards. Then marking, we'll just check. Markings are there on the buildings, parking, cars, etc. etc. Next is what? Do we have physical barriers? Physical barriers means what? Perimeter fencing with barbed wires. You know those wires with thorns. Okay, not easy to climb those walls with wires. Okay, then do we have sufficient crash gates? Gates or not? Hello. Yes. Wherever the perimeter is opening, there we must have a gate. Yes or no? Okay. Okay, there we must have a gate. Okay, but what if somebody crashes the gate like Singham does in most of the movies? You know, you watch Singham, follow Singham. So he can crash a wall and come inside, correct? Without car getting affected, which is the strangest thing. He crashes the wall, but nothing happens to the car. Scorpio. Hey, you understand? See, after that Taj hotel attack, Mumbaians became very alert. But now again we got relaxed. You know, security is all for namesake. If a terrorist still wants to attack, he can simply come in a high-speed car and enter the premise. That's it. Crash all those in the security people. Okay, again I hijack an entire hotel. If they wish to. Can this happen? I should not teach terrorists or something like that. But I'm teaching you guys. It's okay. Hey, you understand? If they want, they can still do it. This is how much security we will provide. Everything. We have kept human beings. We're checking whether you're not carrying bomb and all. Okay, but what if you come at a high speed car and just crash it into an hotel like that? Again, hundreds of people in that hotel will become your target. Innocent people hijacked. For what reason, I don't know. What greatness they feel by killing others. They don't even get respect from anybody. See, when we get respect, now we get a kick. Like we will love to do something great. Are you understand? But otherwise, I don't know how do they feel so great? And great about what? We don't know. Okay, now my point is this. Now those hotels of Taj and all, they have bollard gates where there is a steel pipe which comes from underground.
Yes.
Okay, this is very tough to crash. Even if some high-speed car comes, okay, car will crash, gate will not crash. Okay, they are not like those ordinary gates. These are like heavy steel pipes which will come from underground. Okay, and if the car crashes, it will stop at that moment. Huh? Solid pipes or hollow. I have never checked it. Mostly solid. It should be solid. Yeah. Otherwise, what's the point again? If stopping an ordinary human being will stop, but terrorist may not. And God knows even that could be broken by some stronger car. Possible? Are you sure no? See, then anything is possible. So we should not live on. We should not walk on road in that way. Next is what auditor wants to know: surveillance is done or not? With surveillance, CCTV surveillance. Okay, and they're checking that if the surveillance is done, is there anyone who is monitoring the surveillance? Otherwise, what is the point of keeping a CCTV camera if nobody looks at those video? Okay, which is captured in CCTV camera. Acha, and then they're saying that it should be recorded so that we can play back later. We can play back later. So that's it. Next is guards and dogs. Guards and dogs. Who is more faithful here, guard or dog? Yeah. And they're very effective and efficient in keeping robbers away. But most of the time, these guards only manage dogs. Are yes or no? So chances are very high if the guard gets corrupted. Okay, he will corrupt the dog easily by feeding. See, food is the best way to corrupt anybody. Are yes or no? Guards and dogs. So the auditor needs to know whether they are effective in securing the systems and the building premises. That's it. Mostly they are very effective, but for that, dogs should be left, not tied to a corner. They should be left free. Then the premise is 100% okay. Then it's not that easy to get into premises with dogs, provided you don't kill dogs. Yes or no? Maybe the person who's robbing should not be a murderer. No? You understand what I'm saying? And last thing is key card system. We thought that physical entry, because we are talking about what physical access control, right? So they're saying that nobody should enter the organization without a card. So are you actually using the card? Are you swiping the card? Is your attendance getting marking with the help of card? Okay, if there are work zones, secure zones within an organization, are you segregating those properly? And if it all, work zone to secure that somebody passes from that area, are you tracking the movement of employees within the organization or not? This is what auditor has to check. Whether these cards are used, work zones, secure zones, permissions, and can we record movement of employees within the organization? That's it. This is auditing physical access control. First one was role of IS auditor. In that we did risk assessment, control assessment, review documents. Then sitting and marking. In that proximity to hazards and marking. Then we had physical behaviors, surveillance, guards and dogs, and last one key cards. You remember this? It's easy. Easy. Reading finish. Are you really reading? Don't sit on the desk. Children, shall we proceed? Okay, next comes logical access control. Logical access control. Sitting and marking, this is all done. What happened? First one was what? 1 second. Physical role. In physical access control, there was one role of IS auditor. Other one was auditing PSC. Physical access control. In role of IS auditing, there were 3 things: risk assessment, control assessment, review documents. Okay, and then under auditing part, first one sitting and marking. Okay, proximity to hazard and marking. Second one was physical areas, barbed wires, crash gates, bollards are there. Third thing was surveillance, recorded, monitored or not. Fourth one, key cards and dogs are effective or not. And fifth, key card systems are properly used or not. Work zone, secured zone, recording movements of employees in and out of the organization. Next is auditing logical access control. Auditing. You remember, logical access control was basically dealing with somebody could disclose information from our computer. So when the auditor comes, he needs to check whether something like this should not happen. For that, auditor needs to do multiple checkings. Okay, listen. Okay, here again we have a rule of IS auditor and then auditing logical access. Rule of IS auditor and auditing what? Logical access. Listen to me carefully. First, rule of IS auditor. Okay, what are we afraid in logical access control? Somebody should not be able to see our data unless they are authorized users. Data should be restricted only to authorized users, preventing from unauthorized. Unauthorized access should not happen. So what we do is we call auditor also, but we also call an independent reviewer. And we will ask him to make all network access path. Network access path. By what means? By what means any computer can access our digital assets, important information of the organization. So we'll first make what? Network access path. We will first make what? Network access path. After making the network access path, we will ask for the documents. Ask for what? Means, for example, let's say I go as an independent auditor to reviewer of JK classes. I will first find what is my independent server. Okay, from this computer I can access our Wi-Fi. From that Wi-Fi, I can access our servers. Okay, whether I can do this from different networks, different Wi-Fi networks or not. Okay, all type of path will be drawn by me. Which computer can access what? Then I will ask you, show me your network diagram architecture documents which was set at the time of implementing network. So you will show me that documentation and I will compare it with what I have reviewed independently. And I will compare if there is any discrepancy. If this computer was not allowed to see the server, but yet you are allowing it to. Means what? There is a discrepancy which needs to be resolved. Correction should be implemented. Do you understand? Same thing I will do with application. I will use all the softwares which you already have. Let's say Tally. From my Tally, if I am a salesperson, if I can see accounts data, should I do it? No. So SOD is not implemented. But show me what is there in your documentation. The time when your engineer made that application. Okay, what was written there? Do you understand? I will compare it if there is any discrepancy. There is all. So first rule of IS auditor, we are doing two things. We are finding network access path. What? Comparing this with documentation. Two things. Network access path, documentation. Network access path, we will conduct what? Focus on the stream. Conduct what? Bolo, I will not conduct. Okay, map out all logical access path. Okay, for this we will use some tools and techniques, investigative tools and techniques. Also bring a specialized expert on IT infrastructure in the organization. Okay, then these path which the person has detected, this will be compared with the documentation available. So this is done. Network access path is done. Okay, then we'll do what? Documentation. We will request the current network architecture and access documentation to see which computers were allowed to access what. That will be compared with what an independent reviewer has found out. Okay, compare with what was discovered independently. If determine any discrepancy and do the same for what? Application. Same thing has to be done for application, what we did for network. Hello.
Yes.
So determine all documented and undocumented access path. Once again, current architecture will be compared with what we found by the independent reviewer. We will compare, determine discrepancy and resolve it. Same thing for application. We'll again find what an independent reviewer has to say. We'll see what is documented and compare. Discrepancy, resolve it. Hey, are you understanding? This was what rule of IS auditor. What was it? Just read this much.
If discretionary power is not documented, you are the head of operational data and you give the power to the purchase department to take delegate duties and give controls to the purchase order. And in that time, the purchase head has got discretionary power. You are the correct. So the discretionary power is not documented, but when the independent reviewer of the company finds out that the purchase head has access, that also leads to a disagreement, but it was then within the power to delegate. So how do you justify that? How the auditor knows that you exercise your power and engage in discretionary power?
This discretionary access power will be documented. Why not documented?
So sometimes you can just after 10,000 good ask me, you will take care. In order to efficient performance.
This rule was decided earlier, means it could be documented. And even he finds that, oh, this is allowed, then compare. And if there is any discrepancy means or there is no fraud, we will resolve that fraud. Any kind of problem which we face, we are doing this so that there is no problem. Any kind of problem, auditor just ask me. If he says, oh, this person can access your accounting, transactions less than 10,000. I said, I allowed it. So auditor will say, okay. You have allowed, then no problem. Discretionary access is given. It's like, why Chennai branch is not opened by JP Shah classes in the morning? He has given discretionary power to this branch heads. He'll tell them, okay, yeah, this is how our organization works. Because bank chairmen, directors, they will not open the bank every day. Somebody has to be given discretionary power. Alright? So in short, what we are doing in role of IS auditor is independent reviewer will check all logical access part. Okay, they have written network access, but all types of access part will be decided, and that will be compared with documentation. If it matches, no problem. If it does not match, discrepancy. Okay, then we will report this. Maybe then we will resolve that discrepancy. Do you understand this? Hello. Okay, this is not like something fraud we are doing. If there is any problem, we'll resolve it. Okay, mutually agree and resolve the problems. That's it. Next is auditing logical access. Listen, in the auditing part, it's a massive answer. There will be a chart which will come up. Okay, look at this. This is how big the chart looks. A lot of points to remember. But you know, second, third, and fourth. Can you see what is written here? Look here. These three are easy. 1, 2, and 3. So what is tough is the first one. Are you listening? This one. It's not tough. It's just too many points. That's it. Okay. In that there are 4 parts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay, in that there are 4 parts. The first part is something which is frequently asked in exam for 4 marks. So entire question wholesale not expected. Any part could be asked for retail. Retail wholesale, you understand? Okay, so let us begin. Ready everyone? So what are we doing? Auditing logical access control. What we did so far is this much. 2 things we did. Network access path and documentation. Ready? Now we are starting the business of auditing logical access control. In that, the first part, can you see A? Can you see user access control? Inside user access control, there is a first point, 8.1. It is named what? Auditing user access control. Hello. What are we learning? Auditing. Auditing of what? Logical access control. In that, the first point. In that, the first point, you auditing user access control. Are you listening? Means if somebody enters into a system, he may provide identity. He may provide what? Identity. But do you check the proof of identity? Authentication should be done or not? No. You remember what is identification, what is authentication? What's the difference? One is saying who are you, and what is the proof that you are the person entering into the system? Are you understanding this? So authentication is done or not has to be checked. Auditor says, what is the process of authenticating a user? Are you understanding this? Authentication. Second, if somebody is trying to make access, trying to make what? Access. It means what? Trying to do access violation. That must be logged. That must be logged. Log means what? We should keep a history that you tried to access this so that we can catch you later in case of discrepancies. Are you understanding this? So first one, authentication is properly done or not. Second is what? Access violation is logged or not. Are you understanding? If you are trying to put wrong username and password multiple times, so we allow you to. Otherwise, you will do all combination of passwords and enter into the system. Do we allow? Can we allow this? No. So user account should get locked out if there are some unsuccessful attempts. User account should get what? Locked out. Okay. Do you understand? Then there are 3 types of accounts which auditor wants to handle. One is dormant account, Second is shared. Third is system. Dormant, shared, system. Dormant means not active for a long time. Okay, so it became naturally inactive. For example, suppose in my office, my neighbor is not coming since 1 or 2 months. His account seems to be dormant to me. Maybe I saw his username password many times when he entered. So when the person is no more for 2-3 months, I may use his username and password to do something wrong. Are you understanding? If anything wrong I will do, who will be blamed for? That person. That person will say, prove he was not even there in the organization. I will not got caught and he cannot be blamed. Okay, systems may get fraud. Cybercrime will happen. Are you understanding what I'm saying? So dormant account, they're saying it should be locked. Okay, because they say that it acts like an extra route by which an intruder can get into your system and do damage. Do you understand this? Okay, dormant account should not be allowed to start without supervisory passwords. So next is shared account. What is it? Suppose I give everyone a computer. You use this computer while this batch is going on. Okay, then you leave and the next batch of student comes. They use the same computer because I'll not give them another set of computers. Let's say we do this. Are you listening to me? If we do this, okay, and the next set of people who come inside use the same username password which you used in that computer. Now, if something goes wrong in one particular computer, can I blame anybody? If I blame the morning batch, they will say, sorry, evening batch student might have done. If I blame evening batch, they say morning batch student might have done. So there won't be any personal accountability. If there are what? Shared account. Are you understanding? See, if you go to any CA form, yes, you said that your passwords are written on the laptop. So you only say. Okay, means what? Anybody can enter into that laptop with that username password. Here, if something goes wrong, his chartered accountant can't blame anybody. Because nobody is accountable. If he blames him, he will blame on somebody else. Blame shifting will happen. But there won't be any accountability. And listen, when there is no accountability, he may do anything wrong without fear. If I do anything wrong, I can blame him on. Yes or no? Okay, so simple. So auditor does not allow this. No shared account. Keep unique username password for everyone. You get this? Third, system account. What account? Main super key of the master key of the system is system account. With this username and password, you can install any application, remove any user, add new device, remove a device connected. Do you understand? All you can do with this. Okay, should we give this username password to anybody? No. So auditor wants to know who has system account. Why have you given them? And even when they use system account, it should be logged and monitored. Are you understanding this? Means though I would be the system administrator. Okay, I have the super keys with me. I can do any changes in this system. But I should also be afraid. If anything I do wrong, it will be logged and monitored. Hello. Are you understanding this? So that is what system account. Last is ID and IP. Can you see? Intrusion, detection and prevention. Okay, sometimes it may happen that prevention mechanism was weak and there was an intruder in the system. Okay, so our antiviruses are what? Intrusion, detection, prevention systems. They should be updated with latest type of attacks. Hello, are you understanding this? In case there is any attack, intrusion, prevention and detection system should report us, send an alert. But they say that if we alert, there should be someone to monitor that alert. Recipient should be able to hear those alerts. Otherwise, it's of no point. That's the first one. Auditing user access control. Once again, okay, in auditing user access control, according to related to user, there are three things. One, authentication. What is the proof that you are a genuine user? Second one, if you try to access anything in excess, we will keep a log of that and we'll monitor and then we will take action. Third, if you enter wrong username password multiple times, your account will get locked. Are you understanding this? So next, there are three types of accounts: dormant account, shared account, system account. Dormant account just acts like an additional route for intruder to get into the system. Okay, shared account was what? Okay, well, there cannot be any personal accountability if there is shared account. So you use unique ID and system account. Who has the system accounts? Okay, what purpose we have given this, why we have given this, and when they use system account, logged and monitored. Last one was intrusion. Intrusion means attackers. Attackers prevention and detection should be in place. It should be always updated with latest configurations. And when they generate alert, there should be someone to monitor those alerts. Are you understanding this? This was auditing user access control. User access control. Read this much. Then dormant account. See, if you don't use your bank account for a long time, it becomes dormant. Sleeping accounts like that. And that could be misused. If you are not using your dormant account for a very long time, it could be misused. By whom? Somebody who's knowing your username and password can misuse that part. Next is auditing password management. Auditing password management. Inside password management, see, in a computer network, in system administrator's computer, in which computer? There is an area called password configuration. Area called what? Where I can set restrictions on what kind of passwords you can use. Should it be on what character length it should be? So when you type your password, it should be visible to others or not. Can you use your old password or not? Okay, there's a place called password configuration. What is called? Tell me first thing, should we allow any ordinary users to reach this configuration? So password configuration must be controlled. Password configuration must be controlled. And then inside password configuration, we should set what character length, passwords should be visible or not, former password applicable or not. Correct. This is a configuration, character length, former password allowed, denied, typed password will be displayed or not, and lastly control should be applied so that this password configuration is not accessible to anybody. Understood? Done. Easy. Next is user auditing user access provisioning. Means what? When a new user comes, how do we make provisions for that? Okay, should we do we register everything for that? Okay, do you take permission from the data owner or the head of department or not? That is that. This is when the new employee gets hired. Which who is getting hired? New employee. So this is what new employee provisioning. New employee. Let's say there is an existing employee who wants to do some access. Even that person can make a request. User access request. Can you see user access request? Yes, can you see? User access request. Okay, what is the process? Is it consistent? Is it the right way of giving access or not? Okay, then user access approval. User access approval. In case somebody wants to access something, how do we get approval? Okay, is there anything in the past you didn't approve? Okay, auditor just wants to understand. Okay, what you approve, what you don't approve, whom do you ask for approval, who gives for approval? Are you understanding? So three things are over. New user provisioning, user access request, user access approval. Once again, new user provisioning, new employee provisioning, user access request, user access approval. Do you understand? Now, when this access approvals and privileges are given, it should be as per SOD. It should be as per what was SOD? Segregation of duties. Yes or no? Okay, will you remain in the same position forever or will you improve? Improve. So your access privileges must be reviewed. Arihana. So when do you review? When the position of SOD changes, where you were there in Chennai branch, transfer to Mumbai branch, internal transfer. Are you understanding? Or we just fired you. That time access provisioning should be done, reviewed. Termination review. It should not happen that a terminated employee still have our system access. Are you understanding this? So this was user access provisioning. Auditing what? User access provisioning. Next is auditing employee termination. Okay, moment an employee is terminated, okay, his or her user account should be what? Deleted or disabled? I've talked about this in the class. Achha, how many people say disabled? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Deleted 8. Deleted 2. Disabled. Many times what do employee do? They will do some fraud and then they will resign immediately. Hello. They'll do some fraud and then resign immediately. Okay, so that his accounts gets deleted and they think that now nothing of his past will ever be seen. It's not like that. Okay, we simply disable that account, but we don't delete it for some years, because if there is a fraud detected later, okay, there won't be any audit trails left. You understand this? Understand this. See, because as long as you are an employee, this may not be great news for you. Employer wants this to happen. Make sure everything works perfectly. See, future business is going to be online. I don't know why people don't realize it. Maybe you will realize it later. Some people have not realized it only. Okay. Your future is going to be on computers only. Business in future will happen through computers only. Okay, once you know that those who said might thought that deleted may do some fraud and then resign. Then they will realize that even after resigning, they are not spared. Okay, court cases pending against them for absconding with doing fraud, by doing fraud in the organization. Are you understanding? They might feel they will be in their wonderland that they did some fraud and they will get away with the fraud by resigning the organization. but this won't happen. Are you understanding this? There are employees who did a lot of cheating in the past by conducting source document fraud, fake bills, invoices, and took a lot of cash from the petty cash department. Do you understand this? All these transactions won't be deleted. In case they see what they do is at the time of giving you gratuity, you understand? After many years of services, you were supposed to be paid a gratuity. That time they will remove some fraud of yours. Generally, on an ordinary day-to-day basis, they ignore small frauds. They know you do. Everyone knows somebody will do something wrong. Nobody is perfect. Those who work will definitely do some mistake. Are you understanding? But if you ask for gratuity, they will show you your fraud. See, this is what you have done. Are you understanding? So it is better not to do any fraud, because then you will miss a lot of that huge amount which you are about to receive in future will be gone. You understand what I'm saying? So auditor wants to know what is the termination process. Okay, is the account deleted or disabled? If it is deleted, auditor will point out, see, if something goes wrong with this account, who will be blamed for? So don't delete, disable an account. Okay, is the process consistent? We will inform the user account management team. Okay, so that they will disable that user account. Are you understanding this? Acha, now tell me, it may happen that you terminate an employee, but you have to keep that employee for a short duration, notice period. Either employee serves a notice period, or if I have fired you, I have to provide you notice period. Okay, fine, you work for a month, but you search for a new job. Should I give you same privileges as before? Are you understanding? Suppose I am on notice period. Earlier, I was given full system access of JK Shah classes. If I am on notice period, will they give me full access? So, access reviews are also done in termination process. We did there up in the previous one, we did in a user account provisioning, new provisioning system, user account provisioning system. Okay, at the time of termination also, we have to review the access privileges. We will not keep the same privileges as before. Do you understand this? And last point is ordinary contractor access and termination. Maybe we will have an access of contractor. Let's say the relationship with contractor ended. So now access given to that contractor will also end. For example, if you are, there is vacancy in an organization and you have kept a recruitment management team, they can access what is the vacancy and they can hire employees for us. Now, if the relationship with that business is ended, we will remove the contractor access also. Are you understanding this? Yes. So, contractor access and termination. That was auditing employee termination. Done. Okay. So, three things: password management done. Then, new employee provisioning done. Okay. User access provisioning and user access termination. All three done. You get this much? Read this much. You will find a word SOD matrix. I'm not asking. SOD matrix is nothing but a table. For example, in this classroom, I say there is an IT department, there's an accounting department, marketing department. So all three can access different things in an organization. That's it. So we will design a table. These are the functions, these are the departments. Who can access what? Is SOD matrix. Just a simple table. Who can access what? That's it. So when we are implementing segregation of duty, we need to follow SOD matrix. We need to obey SOD matrix. Toda, what if they ask you a question in exam? Explain user access control while auditing logical access control. We write all 4 points. Auditing user access control, auditing password management, auditing users access provisioning, and auditing employee termination. All 4, but one line on each internal points. Not go too much in detail and waste a lot of time. Shall we proceed? Next, whatever user has done in the entire day, we are keeping the log. This log has to be managed, should be stored somewhere. Okay, which is next done in the next one. Centralized logging, centralized user active logs, centralized user access. Either we will keep log of all the users together, aggregate, or we will write it machine wise. Log what? Machine wise. Do you understand this one? Now, these logs, should it get deleted or altered? No. So, logs should be kept centralized, but this log should be protected. This log should be, okay, should it be altered or deleted? No. So, you auditor will check, can it be altered? Show me, can you delete this log? No. Good. So, logs cannot be altered or deleted. Then, okay, why is it not getting altered or deleted? Because it is maintained on WORM, optical WORM. WORM means write once but read many times. Lokesh, focus. Write once and read many times. WORM means what? Once it is written, it cannot be edited, deleted, changed. Are you understanding this? Okay, so centralized and protection. Then, what is the point of maintaining log if it is not reviewed? Reviewed means what? Not observed, not seen ever. Okay, then there is no point of keeping logs. We should make sure that everyone is accessing system as per PP, policy and procedures. If anything goes wrong against that PP, we will issue advisories, we will issue warnings to them. Hello, are you understanding this? Okay, and finally, how long should we retain this log? Retention requirements. Hello, do you understand this? Okay, once retention requirements are over, then we can delete these logs? Yes. That's it. This was user access logs. Okay, next comes investigative procedures. Investigative procedures. We say that there should be an investigation PP, policy procedure. Means who carries investigation procedure? Make a policy about it. Where should we keep investigation related data? There should be policy on that. Investigation PP. Second is computer crime investigation. Suppose I found some fraud was done by her. In her computer, she is making fake bills, fake invoices. Are you understanding this? Suppose. So how any crime which is investigated, how it is transferred to law enforcement? Auditor wants to know if there is any fraud detected, how it is transferred to what? Law enforcement agencies. Are you understanding this? Third, is there anyone who has got computer forensic knowledge in the organization? Okay, have you trained anybody who can gather forensic data? Okay, forensic data means what? Detailed analysis of what happened, what didn't happen, where the fake invoice was made, from which computer it came, which terminal it was conducted. Are you understand? Finding out frauds.
Collection of the evidence and presenting and
Collecting evidences. Correct. Scientific. For now, we are talking about basic crime which is done inside computer. So you can always say scientific, but yeah, mainly we are collecting all evidences and presenting in a meaningful way. Okay, so there should be someone who is got training in forensic. Okay, how do you collect forensic data? This is what auditor wants to know. That's it. You understand? So tell me, if you delete any data from your computer, where it goes? Recycle bin. If you shift from recycle bin also,
it's always you have to delete it from this.
server is secondary, but let's say you delete it from server. No.
So you can always track the access, who will access the server.
Suppose there is an income tax rate in my office, and I have some very crucial important data, but this is not something which I am exposed to income tax department. So what I do is mostly it will be there in my computer, but I have to know there is a raid in this building, so I will immediately delete all those data. Correct. So even if I delete data, there is a process by which they can retrieve shift deleted data also. That is what forensic do. We can retrieve even shift deleted data from your computer storage, provided it is not overwritten. See, inside computer, ones remains ones, zeros remain zeros. Forever, unless and until it is changed. Unless and until it is changed. See, when you transfer data from one place to another, it takes long time. But when you delete data, it happens very fast. Why? Because it is told to operating system that this memory area is now free. It is now free. If you want to store anything, you can store here. But unless you store anything there, it remains as it is. Do you understand this? Means what? If you give me your phone after deleting everything, I can still get what was there inside your phone. So this happens when this is how identity theft takes place. Okay, if you sell away your phones, the person who is buying that phone has got a lot of advantage nowadays. Exactly what I was coming to. So not every phone has got factory reset, also a good one. So they will leave everything as it is in a logical way, it will be free. But in a physical way, it will be existent. So either you have to do multiple formats, triple erase, or do one thing. After you format your entire phone, download a big movie and keep it, copy paste it continuously till the time the entire memory becomes full. And then they format it once again. What will happen? Even if somebody tries to retrieve anything from your device, they will be able to see only movies, nothing else. Do you understand this? Even that is a different thing, that to retrieve information from those things, it will be expensive for you. So unless and until you are very important in life, they will try to think of retrieving something from you. Then God knows, right? People have this habit of blackmailing people. Nowadays, every computer, every mobile phone has got some kind of secret, which you may want to see, but you may want to hide it from the world. Okay. No.
Like you can't access data from.
No, nothing like that. It had no memory space like the way we have nowadays. Those phones used to just break and throw it away. The way it is shown in movies, mostly in English movies, because you can't track GPS location on that. Once you break, the GPS is gone. That's the reason in movies they used to break the phone and throw it away. Instead of breaking the phone, you should just remove the SIM card and put it in. But you know what? Your phone can work even without SIM card. You can call without SIM card. You can call without SIM card or eSIM, both. See, SIM card is just a way of authentication, but it's your number. Are you understanding? You can call 911 without SIM card or without eSIM. Do you understand? Possible. SIM card is just a procedure by which you are user identification authentication is happened to use the network, so that it's true that you made the call. So that SIM card is kept. You can even remove. In future, there won't be any SIM card. Slowly, it's just eSIM will come. eSIM will provide the same thing which SIM cards do. Authentication job. Identification authentication will be done by eSIM. Okay, it's just a mechanism. Right? So actually, there is no need of that SIM card tray only. It's useless. Slowly, gradually, everyone is understanding. So removing those things. You understood? Hello? iPhone was the one who started. Yeah, many people will start very soon. Okay, actually, network team should come out with a solution that now everyone use eSIM. Then phone company will start eSIM process. The eSIM SIM card chip can be embedded in the mobile phone itself. Okay, but even that is true that nowadays people are having the technique of changing IMEI number as well. It's tough to track. Okay, there used to be some Chinese phones with no IMEI number. Okay, so certain phones are difficult to track in short. Leave it now. So frauds will keep on happening. You just be aware of it. This is not told to you so that you do fraud. Avoid yourself from the frauds. Understood? So next is, what are we learning? What are we learning? Auditing logical access control. It may happen that there is no way by which anybody can do any logical access in the organization. But what about online? Hello. Let's say once you are here, you can't do anything wrong. Everything has been logged. Everything is monitored. There is investigation procedure. Okay, if we track you, if we trace it, you maybe get caught. What if you go home and do it online? Try to attack our website by being online. Do you understand? So auditor also wants to know, check all logical access for online. Lokesh, what are you doing? Keep your hand with yourself. Okay, last point we have is internet pop. Internet pop. Pop means point of presence. First, we will go on search engine and check what is your organization status on search engines. Okay, so logical access control. How can somebody reach your organization online? Search it. Is your name available on that page or not? If not, then we should bring our page online. Yes or no? By search engine optimizing. Our name should come or be visible online. Search engine optimizing. So what does search engine have to say about our classes, let's say? Okay, that's the first thing. Second, what does social networking website have? What our own employees are talking about the company. Okay, are they speaking good or bad? If bad means what? Organization is not great to work. Hello? Okay, see, if you go for any job, you'll get a call. Say we have seen your data from the portal of Naukri.com. Okay, and we can arrange your job interview if you want to see new opportunity. So you'll ask the company's name. What is the name of the firm? And moment you'll note it down. This is the name of the firm. Okay, fine. We'll go for the interview. But you'll go for the interview provided you find the company really worth online. Are you understanding? You'll see what the existing employees of the company speak about the company. Are you understanding? If they are speaking ill, means will you go for the interview? No. Bad work ethic. Boss is this way. Boss is this way. Payments don't come on time. Suppose anything like that is spoken about the organization, will you go for the interview? No. So auditor wants to know what social networking website are talking about your company. And if they are talking about that company, rectify it, improve it. Okay, solve those grievances, grudges of those employees as soon as possible. Do you understand? Because it will happen that our reputation in the classroom is great, but somebody else spoils our reputation online. Okay, you understand, you're working here, you're learning here, you understand us very well. Maybe some competitor just speaks anything rubbish about this organization. Okay, this creates a lot of problem to our organization. See, online presence is very dangerous. Okay, you bully anybody online forever, there's a huge loss to the organization. Are you understanding? What's your name? What's your name? Huh? Shri Shekhar. Just shake. I'm Abhishek. Okay, kindly stand with us. Too much of meditation is not good. Don't go into too much of online thing. Huh? Shake. Okay, next is first is search engine. First is what? Search engine. Second is social networking website. Okay. Third, online sales site. Is there other websites also who sell your product? If yes, at what price they are selling at? Are they selling at a price which is lower than our own website? How dare you sell at that price? Are they selling a duplicate product? Pirated one? Are you understanding this? We have to keep a track of that. Do you understand? We have to protect our brand from being sold by somebody else. Okay, if we allow, do they have copyrights, permissions to sell? Have we given the distributorship license to them? Are you understanding this? So this has to be checked. Online sales site. Next is domain name. You know our domain name. Domain name is what? Website name, right? Website name. jkshahclasses.com or .in? It's .com. Listen. But what if somebody else creates jkshahclasses.in? We can stop them? We can't. And what if they create a fake profile of JK Shah classes and accept funds online? You can take admission online. And they also provide pirated video lectures of JK Shah classes. Possible or not? See, sometimes I feel to do something like this. Huh? Yeah, what is saying? It's I feel like I'm not doing it, right? I feel like. See, huh?
So then you can be
I didn't get it. Yeah, one idea. I would be held accountable. But this is not murder. But I have not done it. Prove it, na? We have to prove it, right? We have done it or not. Even if someone else does, I will be blamed for that.
Even if you have intention of doing something wrong, you will be on the move.
All data is purely fictitious, no resemblance of data. Tough man, tough people. Don't teach me law. Anyways, you teach me law, I'll correct myself anyways. Okay. Sometimes I feel like I've not done anything wrong. I don't matter. Still something happens, I'll face it. It's a long time in Indian judiciary. 20-25 years. You'll face it. You'll face it. See, as I said, IT acts are not that clear. It still has a lot of conflicts. Long time to prove everything. But yeah, it will affect reputation. You understand? But my boss will understand. Sometimes it's visible. We don't have to use law. Okay? Sometimes it's visible. Somebody is doing good or bad. It's visible. Nobody's fooled. Even you are not, and even my boss is not fooled. My line depends on them. Okay? Obviously, I'll not do anything wrong with it. If I'm doing something wrong, prove it. I'll agree. Are you understanding this? Okay, this is just an idea. Okay, it's purely, this is an example given for the student to understand. Domain name could be misused. Okay, so nowadays what the organization do? They buy all domains. .in, org, .com, okay, all of them. Just give it to us. Okay, we can't set certification. If you play with that, there's a problem. Are you understanding this? So auditor wants to know, is there any other domain name which sells the product, similar product on their website? Then it will create a problem. Make sure that you buy those domain names. It's possible. Do you understand this? Nowadays, people also do business from domain names. Suppose jkshahclasses.com, sir has .in, they don't have. I buy domain name .in. Okay, someday they will need domain name .in. That time I'll auction that. So it's available at just 800 rupees a year. Okay, maybe for next 10 years they may not use. But then jkshahclasses.com will realize we also need .in. That time they will call us. Domain name, address. Like .India, it is Indian address, UK address. Why?
That's why it's been.
I can start jkshahclasses.in selling the same or similar or some. I can use some other video lectures. Maybe I will have my own team of people.
Classes spelling is CLASSES. We just put another SS again.
JK Shah and
JK Shah is
Education Trust. JK Shah classes by Abhishek Mehta. Something like this could always happen. But people understand what is original, what is fake. So people can't be fooled easily. So not that easy. Okay, it's good for speaking in classroom. It's not that easy. You will not get fooled. Will you get fooled? JK Shah classes by Abhishek Mehta. No, won't be. Okay, it's not easy. Public, it's not easy to get money out of somebody's pocket. It takes long time. The trust which my boss has developed, it takes long time. That you just enter into Chennai market and people come to, leave their career on your hand. It means what? It takes time. Okay, we have to develop sufficient reputation in Mumbai. Obviously, you might well take admission. Have you contacted any of your relatives in Mumbai? How many people have done? Some relative or friend in Mumbai. You contacted them, talk to them before taking admission there. 2 people. From Mumbai. Went to Mumbai. Achha, you're there in Mumbai. Others? How did you trust us? Why? Friends and seniors. Reviews. Okay. Domain names you understood. There's a possible that some cheating could happen from here. Possibility. Okay. I'm not feeling it anymore. Listen. Next is justification of online presence. Why you want to be online? Auditor will ask, is there a proper justification or just for namesake because you want to remain on a web page? Okay, you create your own website, spending money uselessly on web pages. Okay, so auditor wants to just know what is the reason. Is there any case study, a relevant case study, which you look out for that was successful, so when you could get successful. So prove why you need a online presence. Maybe for us, it is natural that we need online presence because students attend online lectures. Do you understand? Yes or no? Okay, suppose it is Tata, Tanishq. Okay, why you need online presence? Because they have sufficient case studies to prove that even jewelry business succeeded online. Though we used to argue on the first lecture itself, we used to say that this is tough to do. It's tough to do, not impossible to do. If you can send your executives to their resident, you show them that it's possible. Hello, are you understanding? Okay, maybe you're sending someone to somebody's residence and something can go wrong. Hello, you understand this? But there is always a possibility. You take the concern first online and then you let the employee go to the residence of the owner. Are you understanding this? Yes or no? Because even that is difficult. How can you send an employee to somebody's house? That's tough. Nobody wants to fall in that trouble nowadays. Because if anything goes wrong, even the pizza delivery boy, yes or no? Okay, deliver outside and get lost. Yes or no? Okay, there are concerns with that also. So, because we are giving a door address, giving door address is tough thing to do. Okay, right now we are not concerned so much. We are fearless actually. Anybody, even my maid, whenever somebody comes and say Amazon's parcel, she opens the door. I say, damn it, are you mad? Anybody can come by just saying Amazon's parcel. So you open the door, take whatever parcel they give you. What if the parcel already has some scented thing that you will faint in no time? Are you understanding? The person who is delivering is wearing a mask and he is giving the parcel. Something like that could happen. Yes or no? Something like that could happen. I don't feeling it. Now I'll never tell anything related to my angle. I will not tell. Understanding this? See, I used to earlier take your example, but then I realized some student may not feel good or bad. Then I thought of taking all the blame on me only. I will only do something wrong. Are you understanding this? But then you are saying, sir, you should not do it this way. So then Mr. X. Mr. X, take mine. Understood? Well, that's it. Answer is over. Come out of it. Okay, read it first. Come on, read it first. Chalo re fast. Just 25 minutes. You have to read what logs, from logs, access logs, centralized, protected, reviewed, and written. How can you revise everything in one day? She has this down. See, I'll revise this entire portion in 18 hours to that revision batch. 18 hours. Because I'll speak continuously from 2 to 7. Today we have a revision lecture. See? We will. Then we will repeat the same thing. If possible, we can do the same thing. 5 chapters in 8 hours we can do. See, certain things you have to prepare in advance. And certain things you have to leave it to God. We'll try to remember. If not, we'll write something and come. But with the fear that how will we be able to remember, we will not be able to start on. This was my fear also at the time of teaching the subject. See, knowing IT and teaching IT is separate thing. Okay, for me to teach you, I also need to memorize it. So I have this fear. Okay, earlier first 2 lectures of my life, I was also looking at the presentation and teaching. Understand? But for me, it's easy. I can always see the presentation. Okay, but that will not create a great impact. So I naturally memorized it. I can teach better if I memorize it myself. Otherwise, it's tough, no doubt about it. It's tough, but it's manageable. tough to you is tough to everyone. You can still remember a lot. What about others? You should worry about yourself. I have seen your memorization skills. You remember points very well.
So one chapter.
Yes, you need to make multiple charts. Have you made one chart so far? Try to make one chart. Okay, all that you have done, make sections. See, I'm not telling you to remember the entire 3 chapters in one go. Okay, if you ask me to make chart now, I can make the entire chart of entire chapter. Okay, now luckily I've repeated it so many times that it got memorized. So that was just an introduction. Internal, I didn't get into the internal part because I didn't want it to scare you. So why did that introduction took place? Because there was a gap in between. So just to get the flow of where you were and where we want to continue. So I gave you that introduction. That's it. Memorization has to be done. 1 hour per chapter, you have 1 hour second last day. 1 hour per chapter. Your time table came?
Sir,
How you?
we remember the Sunday, for example, take a question, I remember the Friday, but how come, like, instead the keywords, we remember Sunday?
So tell me, similar subject which one audit you have? How do you remember internal content?
Audience,
How?
sometimes suddenly the story and I'm like.
Exactly, relate to stories. Even I tell you stories.
Yes, we can't write stories.
Obviously, not write stories. Remember content. Remember content. So I told you can write what, why, how, what it is, why do we use it, what it is, why do we use it. At least first take the first challenge. Remember keywords first.
That's what I'm doing.
Take the first challenge. Secondary will do it. Will do it. Read many times, by heart less. Read many. Read more, by heart less. But even if you make keywords list, it will take around 10-15 pages minimum. Yes, it is a lot to memorize, but you can remember stories and connect. That's it. Now it may sound that sir easy. It's too easy for you to speak, sir. You have only one subject. We have got a lot to handle. EIS, SM, and other 7 subjects. Who said I teach only one subject? So I also teach multiple subjects. Okay, not all to chartered accountants. Okay, mathematics and EIS is what I teach you at various levels from 11th till the inter-sale. I'm an IT engineer. Engineering colleges also I can go. Engineering classes I can teach. Okay, I will not leave those things because future is always uncertain. If nothing works, engineering classes are always there to me. So for now, wherever the majority population is, that's where you do the business. So I'm here. One done. So with this, logical access control is over. So you need to revise. There is no other solution. Read, and revise the keywords. And after you revise, if you feel now I can connect and write all the points, you're done. Once you have to write. And 1 or 2 points, if you forget, it is bound to happen. Others also will forget. So chill. So when this PDF, this revision part will come many times. This will come again and again. Understand? First one was user access control, password, provisioning, auditing employee termination, logs. Centralized production review and retention. Third one was investigation. In that investigation, computer crime investigation and computer forensics. And then last one was internet point of presence. It may happen that only this much is asked for 4 marks. Okay, could be, and it is asked once. Okay, user access control, the first part is asked twice in exam. Next is auditing managerial controls. Okay, when you are in class, first thing is focus on whether I am understanding. Okay, and you try to memorize. Don't take so much tension that what will happen with me in exam. Okay, because if you think that, you are not confident in the current process. Okay, but yes, if you see, you remember things very well. By repetition, you can. Shall I proceed? Okay, because if I spend so much time, I guess this one answer took me around 1.5 hours. Which one? Auditing logical access control. You have to spend time with an answer. Okay, if I still spend 1 hour with this answer, I'll make sure that the entire answer get by-hearted inside classroom only. But if I again continue for 1 hour, you will get bored. Or this, sir, same thing, sir, enough, sir, we will do it, sir. Here you want to know, I understand, let's move on to the next one. I understand, let's move on to the next one. Shall we proceed now? Yes. Okay, now what we have is auditing managerial control. Luckily, here we have certain answers which are similar to those we have done. You remember top management control? 4 stages were there: planning, organizing, leading, and control. Okay, so 4 stages were done. Okay, that stages are properly done or not has to be checked by auditor. So in a way, you can repeat the content of that answer over here. Just before the sentence, you write, auditor needs to ensure, auditor needs to check, auditor needs to ensure, auditor needs to check, or auditor wants to understand whether you have done this or not. Do you understand? Okay, so first one, planning. Okay, there we used to say that there should be, you remember planning, determine goals, means to achieve the goals, steering committee, IT personnel. There means what? In the control part of top management control, TMC. Okay, in top management control, first stage was planning, organizing, leading, and controlling. Okay, planning was done. Okay, here auditor is saying that, okay, top management, have they formulated a high quality information systems plan? If the plan is great, system will be great. Otherwise, the system will be of a poor quality, which will be ineffective, inefficient, and lose the competitive position. Do you understand this? Next is what? After planning, organizing. Okay. There we used to say we will create a job description based on that organization structure, then allocate the resources. Here we are saying that how well top manager acquires and manages staff resources. Okay. There it was allocating resources. Yeah. Are we allocating resources properly or not? Check. Third, there it was motivation. Right? Leading. Inside leading, we used to say motivation, guidance, communication. Remember also Josh, motivation, guidance, and communication. Because with new computers, new technology, employees won't be so comfortable. We have to motivate them. If your entire organization wins, maybe after a few years we will reach new heights. We have to motivate. We have to guide. If you need any help, ask me, guidance. Okay, if you have any problem, talk to me, communication. Okay, if leading, motivating, guiding and communication. Is it working properly or not? How do you decide whether motivation between the employees is high or not?
The
results they are showing. Okay, in an organization, not in the classroom, motivation. Still in an organization, motivation is high or not, we'll come to know based on staff turnover. Means how employees are getting recruited, but they leave the organization soon. This implies what? Motivation is poor. Nobody likes to work. Hello, are you understanding? If the employees keep remaining absent, come late. Every day employee comes late, means what? There is lack of motivation. Yes or no? Maybe every time a new project is started and we don't complete the project, we leave it in midway. This means what motivation is not there. Are you understanding this? So organizing and then what? Leading. Okay. So motivation, how do we examine variables? We will examine variables that will indicate that motivation is high or not. Staff turnover, frequent failure of project and absenteeism. Do you understand? This will indicate what motivation is high or not. Do you understand this much? Then control part. Okay. We just have to ensure that information system accumulation is objective. The purpose why we made information system should be established, and we will evaluate whether the controls are effective or not. This is done in TMC auditing of top management control. Now, what kind of question can be asked in exam? Explain control and audit of top management control. So both you have to write. Auditing part and controlling part. But this chances of this coming is less because here we just have to write the same point and tell that has happened or not, just check. Correct? Similarly, program management control also, which is coming up. Okay, again, once again, we do the auditing part of TMC. Planning, just check whether the quality, high quality planning is done or not. Organizing, acquiring what? Staff resources. Leading, check the motivation using parameters. And fourth one, control. Accomplish objectives and controls are effective or not. Okay, after this comes auditing SDMC. There was a huge answer of system development management. You remember college admission process we have taken an example. This answer is easy. Auditing part is very easy. Okay, the first one they are saying concurrent audit should happen. What should happen? While developing the system, you remember there were stages. We are telling auditors, you also engage into this development process. Okay, you do the job of auditing concurrently while the stages are being developed. Hello, are you understanding? Okay, so first part is what? Concurrent audit. When the stages, system development stages are going on, auditor, engage yourself in the process. Do the job of auditing side by side. Correct. Understood? Second, after implementation, but the post-implementation audit, again we have to check whether safeguarding of assets are happening, data integrity is maintained, E&E was effectiveness and efficiency of the system exists or not. Then decide, should we continue with the system? Should we modify the system or simply scrap the system? Because we don't think it is that effective to solve the problem. Do you understand? Where are we? Auditing of SDMC. Auditing of what? System development management control. First one is what? Do concurrent audit. Along with the stages, finish the job of auditing. Second, after we have implemented, do the job of auditing. Assets are safeguarded, data integrity maintained, and E&E. Okay, to do this, after doing this, you also think, should we continue with the existing system, modify the system, or simply scrap the system? Do you understand? Third, this is post-implementation audit, and the last one is general audit. Check the quality. Can you see the big Q? Capital Q means quality of the entire system. Small q, quality of the application program running inside the system, part of the system. Entire system, big Q. Small q, system programs, application programs. Then, is there any risks associated with that program? If there is risk, have we implemented sufficient controls? Whenever there is risk, there is what? Control. Yes or no? So, is there risk? Okay, and are there controls implemented to prevent that risk or not? And lastly, system is what? Effective and efficient or not? Then we say the first two was what? Concurrent audit and post implementation audit. We say that this is performed by internal auditor. Who performs this? Last one was general audit. General audit is performed by external auditor. Done. Check the screen. Once again, auditing on SDMC. First one was concurrent audit. This will happen. Auditor will become what? Member of the system development, assistant building controls to produce high quality systems. Second one was post implementation. First, you will write here the definition of auditing objectives. Remember the one which we did the second answer of today's lecture. Okay, auditing, that was safeguarding assets, data integrity, E&E. Then we will evaluate whether the system must be continued, modified, or scrapped. Third one was general audit. First, we'll check the quality of the overall system development process, then the quality of an application. Remember big Q, small q. Then, is there any risk and have we implemented controls to prevent that risk? Next one is what everything is more effective and efficient. Okay. Then external auditor will do what? General audit. Internal auditor will do what? CA, concurrent audit and post implementation audit. Understood? This was what? Auditing system development management. Next comes what? Auditing of program management control. Auditing. Okay. Again, same stages: planning, designing, coding, testing, operation, maintenance, and control. There we used to write control at the end, and we used to say this is not that it means that it comes at the end. It is applied, it runs parallel to all other phases. So here they have written second control. It's okay. Here check, auditor needs to check appropriate planning is done. Also check. Check means what? We are ticking the list, right? Evaluate how well the planning is done. If you don't recollect right what was there in the planning process, here the auditor will check whether the planning is properly done or not. Understood? Second, control. Then again, controls are appropriately applied and gather evidence of controls are working reliably or not. Third one is design. There you used to write systematic approach should be there. Here we will check, are we using systematic approach? Hello. Then just obtain the evidence of the design practices. How well are we designing the program? Correct? Fourth. There it was coding, here it is coding. Okay, there we used to say modular will be implemented and we will integrate top-down, bottom-up approach. You remember? But here we are checking. Have we implemented modular approach and integration? Second, we are checking. Programmers, are you following structured convention? Remember, there we used to say structured and object-oriented. Which one was better? Structured or object-oriented? Object-oriented, because object-oriented has got modular approach. Here they are saying what? Check whether programmers are following what? Structured convention. This is stupidity because you don't know which one is better. Structure or modular? Which one is better? Modular. Object-oriented is modular. Okay. Then we also need to check third point. See, programmers have employed automated system to assist coding. Programmers have employed what? Automated systems to assist coding. You know that is an automated tool to help coding. Now it is ChatGPT. Otherwise, see, there are a lot of commands we tend to forget. So if you just press S in Excel, how it shows you all the functions. Similarly, if you just press the start of the command, there will be a huge list of commands which we can implement. So software itself helps us in developing another software. It helps in coding process. After ChatGPT, we will have to tell the computer, make a code for this. It does the job. Okay, so that's how excellent ChatGPT is. Anyways, next is what testing. There we used to do 3 types of testing. If you remember, unit test, merge units, unit test, integration test, whole of program test. Here we are just checking. Auditor concern is that these tests are executed by users and programmers or not. Hello. And last one, operation and maintenance. There we used to say RAP. Remember, repair maintenance, adaptive maintenance, perfective maintenance. Remember that? Here we just have to ensure timely reporting of maintenance needs. If there is any need, are you reporting it on a timely basis? And have you implemented review system? Means what? Checking the system if there is any errors or problems. And are you able to monitor all the operations? Done. Okay. So these stages are same as what PMC, which we have already done. Hello. Okay. So we did 3 here for now. PMC, planning, organizing, leading, controlling. HDMC, concurrent audit. Third, PMC. In PMC, we did what? Planning, control, design, operation maintenance. You can write these points in the way that what you have done there, is it applied properly or not? Are you understand? Next comes data resource management control. Easy answer, please. Okay, data resource, data. Auditor has to be concerned that data integrity is preserved or not. So for technique, check control data integrity is available or not. Are you understand? Then are users aware of these controls or not? Users aware. First, data integrity control is applied or not. Second, user aware or not. And then there are two types of controls which were applied there. Access control and update control. Who can access, who can update? Hello. Access control and update controls are implemented. Can anybody access the database? No. Okay, auditor will check. Can anybody access the database? No. No, great. Achha, can anybody update the database? No. So if no, then it is good. Okay, only authorized people should be allowed. Okay, and after doing this, auditor will ask the two people, data administrator and database administrator. Is everything okay now? Is it everything working perfectly? Are you observing? Are you monitoring your routine task? Two things will be asked to who? DA and DBA. DA and DBA. Are you applying monitoring procedures? Okay. How well they carry out what database function? It's like this, no? Is everything okay now? Everything observing? Are you observing? Okay. Everything working good? Are you understanding? That's it. DRMC. Only this much. You get this? Next is what? Security management control. What? There we used to do emergency plan, test, backup plan, test plan, recovery plan, test plan, business continuity plan, and insurance, if you remember. This is what we have done. Okay, what's there in this answer? We just have to ask. Security administrator, are you performing your duty? One. Do you review security configuration? Yes. If you do it, great. In case of disaster, do you have DRP, disaster recovery plan? Okay. For some days, we will have to run our activities from some other place. Do you have business continuity plan? If he says yes, great. And finally, the losses which we will incur, do we have sufficient insurance? Yes. So 4 points to remember. Security admin, do you perform security reviews? Second, disaster recovery plan in place. Third, evaluate business continuity plan. We must have a operational and tested IT continuity plan in case of disaster. And fourth, do we have appropriate insurance plan? Once again, security administration review, DRP in place, BCP in place, insurance in place. Do you understand?
Yes.
Security management control is done. What is done? Next comes what? Operation management control, OMC. Okay, day-to-day routine tasks, if you remember. Okay, documents were secure, up to date and all. Okay, so again here, first thing, documents should be secured and authorized. Documents must be secured and authorized. Second, activities. If you remember, there we had documentation librarian. Okay, here we just say documentation librarian is performing her task properly or not. Activities, checking what? Activities of documentation librarian. So are you checking capacity planning? Are you doing? Since the employees are continuously increasing, do you have sufficient space in advance? Okay, capacity planning. Okay, systems performance has to be measured. Okay, performance monitoring. Performance monitoring. If at all we have some outsourced service providers, okay, are they reliable? Are they viable, feasible, money oriented? Okay, and do they follow compliance? Monitor that. Are you monitoring compliance followed by the third party? Are you understanding? So, operation management control. What was this? Activities operation management control. First one is what? Documents are stored and secured or not. Activities of documentation librarian. Is doing the job properly or not. Capacity planning and performance monitoring. Are you understanding this? Then, if we have an outsourced operation, is it viable and reliable? Viable, reliable. And monitor whether we are following compliance or not. You understand? Operation management control done. And last one, quality assurance management control. You remember we kept in quality assurance manager. His job was to establish standards, comply to standards, use best practices. Last answer we did in the previous. Once again. Okay, we talked about what is quality in IS. You said, sir, quality, maybe we don't know. Software quality was checked. But for that, we hired one person. His name was quality assurance person. This job was to establish standards, make sure everyone comply to their standards, and while establishing standards, use industry's best practices. Here we just have to check, auditor has to check whether the quality assurance manager is performing his job properly. Auditor job is to do what? Check quality assurance manager is doing his job properly or not. Okay, first, is it doing his monitoring role, continuously observing quality issues in the system? One. Second, if he needs some improvement in certain areas, is he making any recommendations? Second. And third, in case there is some problem, is he reporting? And in case there is any problem, he is providing training to the employees to get better quality outputs from the system. That is quality assurance management control. Done. Done this much. Last part which remains is auditing application control, which will be done tomorrow. In the first 30-40 minutes, we'll do that. Do I can take this presentation. Okay. Complete writing the summary of this presentation, please. Till the point, at least till the point where we have done. Chapter 3, part 3. So tomorrow we'll start with second chapter. Second chapter, first part is easy. Rest is tough. I've told you last lecture, read till page 2.18. Read till page number 2.18. Online students, take a screenshot immediately. In 3, 2, 1.